and equitable future for all. Kailangan ng Kosrae, it's all wow, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Governor Joseph, for that report addressing the common issues that we are faced, and also especially noting the work for gender equity within our FSM and, of course, our Micronesian islands also. I'd like to now call on Honorable Francis Itamai, who's the Lieutenant Governor of Yap State, for his opening remarks.
Sorry for these small technical difficulties. This morning, Madam Chair Lady, I am very privileged to be the only Lieutenant Governor sitting up here with all of you excellencies and honorable governors. I'm also privileged to have in this gallery two Lieutenant Governors, Lieutenant Governor of Guam and Lieutenant Governor of American Samoa. Your Excellency, FSM President Simina, the outgoing chairman of this forum, Your Excellencies, other presidents of the Micronesian Island nations, including Nauru, represented by the Special Envoy, Madam Vice President of the Republic of Palau, my close neighbor, the Honorable Lourdes A. Leon Guerrero, Chair Lady of this forum and Governor of the Guam, U.S. Territory. Honorable Governor of the U.S. Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and the FSM states residing in Saipan. Fellow Honorable Lieutenant Governors who are present here in this gallery, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you warm greetings from Yap, the island of Stone Money. Before I proceed with my brief opening remark, let me first take this opportunity to express my governor's sincere apologies for not making it to this important MIF due to our hectic domestic agenda at home and for our administration, and also due to our requirement that one of us must be in Yap to ensure the requirements of our work and state policy, that both of us cannot be out of state at the same time. That's why I'm here with you. Please also allow me to convey our congratulations to you, Governor Lou Guerrero, Chair Lady, and the host of our MIF this week, and all your able staff for the necessary preparations of this MIF, which I know is not easy, but you did it, and you were able to bring all of us to your home. Territory of Guam and all our people who are residing with you, I would like to thank you for hosting them here in Guam, and the leadership of Yap, thank you, and your people for accommodating them and being hospitable to them. Through you, Governor and Chair Lady, I would like to also express both Governor Chiang's and mine our sincere appreciation to your staff and all the people of the territory of Guam for their hospitality and efforts in making this MIF come to reality. And I am certain that it will be a success under your chair ladyship. Please convey our solemn and humble respect to your people of Guam, the leadership of Guam, who have given us the hospitality and blessings since our arrival here in Guam. Governor Chiang and I also want to extend to you, Your Excellency President Simina, for being the host of the last MIF at our capital in Palikir, and which was a successful, as I was able to represent Governor Chiang in that forum. Your Excellencies, Presidents of the FSM, Republic of the Marshall Islands, Palau, Nauru, and hopefully Kiribati, although not in attendance of this forum, to also officially join us as a new member and colleague. Our forum this year, and since it is its inception, our 4 nations and plus 1, if Kiribati join, and the FSM states, the U.S. territory of Guam and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, have continued to this day to gather and dialogue on challenges impacting our Micronesian region. Indeed, our forum process does provide an excellent opportunity not only to meet old friends or make new friends, but to have frank exchanges on how we can better address common concerns and collectively explore solutions. The fact of the matter still remains that we are drawn together more by what we have in common rather than by what makes us different. We share a common historical, geographical, and developmental circumstances, which constitute the underlying reason and need for our forum dialogue and cooperation at all levels. Given the multitude of challenges we continue to face, either together or individually, and with considering the increasing complexities of oral politics, it is in our collective interest to have an discussion on concrete issues affecting us all here in our region, and to maximize and explore ways of pooling efforts, knowledge, and resources for our people's benefit. We should also note that our region has in the last few years evolved into a busy environment with much ongoing interactions and engagements with and among regional and international entities. This is further amplified by the fact that our region now hosts a variety of important regional and international organizations, such as the Regional Office of the Secretariat of the Pacific Community, the Tuna Commission, and the Secretariat of the parties to the Nauru Agreement, just to name a few. And I do believe that there are more interests out there that want to come and make our part of the Pacific their home. I do congratulate you, Your Excellency President Simina, for a successful negotiation of our compact of free association with the United States, which even boldened our relationship of our border Micronesian regional friends and the Guam territory and the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas. These developments in our respective countries, states, territory, and Commonwealth no doubt have continued enormously to elevate the portfolio and image of our Micronesian region to an ever higher level. Our region's hosting of the Micronesian Island Forum Leaders Meeting is a testament, and Governor Chiang and I thank you, Governor Liu, and the national government leadership of the FSM and other partner regional countries for this effort in bringing us together now to share notes on how we can bolden and strengthen more of our working relationship. In this connection, I extend Yap State's appreciation to all of you forum leaders for this inclusion of accepting the Republic of Nauru during the last MIF, and my hope is for our neighbor country and friend, Kiribati, to consider joining us in the MIF as member. Kiribati joining this forum only encourages for our collective efforts in working together to ensure a successful forum. it is incumbent upon all of us as dwellers of Micronesia to ensure a successful gathering this week. Your Excellencies and Honorable Governors, to our humble state, it is important that our forum continues to remain a productive and result-oriented as possible in addressing sub-regional, regional, as well as global issues. After all, it is a given that we are likely to achieve much success on issues of common interest by working closely together as one. And naturally, this approach, in my opinion, would only strengthen our Micronesian spirit of partnership and solidarity. The Honorable Governor Liu and Chair Lady of this forum, the State of Yap looks forward to work with you and your able staff under the guise of our Micronesian spirit of friendship, cooperation, and understanding on the outcome of this forum that has always been the hallmark of our Micronesian region. In closing, let me end my remark as I started by, again, thanking you, Governor Lourdes Guerrero of the U.S. Territory of Guam, and your entire staff, as well as your great people of Guam, for your friendship and hospitality. I must also thank the MI of Secretariat, based in the Republic of Palau, for all the hard work they have done and they have put into helping the host this year to make this forum take place here in Guam. And I thank also our president of the FSM for putting in the pledge for our contribution. Last but not the least, designated representatives from the member governments, thank you so much for all the work you have done in making this forum meeting a place here in Guam. In Guam, and please continue the excellent job you have been doing to render sound advices to our principals. And by the way, I am an interim DR from Yap as designated by the governor, so I have dual responsibility. Thank you so much, Kamahar from Yap, and may the Almighty God bless all of us and give us a successful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure you will do a great job in your dual work during this MIF as DR and also representing the state of Yap. I also would like to thank you for especially noting the importance of international relationships and, of course, the importance of support from our allies in global discussions and the global tensions as we see around here. I would also say to President Simna, there you have it, all your governors now agree with your pledge. So we will probably see the money before you leave. Oh, he's going to deduct from your allowance. What a smart guy. So this ends our opening remarks, and thank you so much to all of you. We've learned a lot about what you're doing in your various areas of responsibility, and I'm very hopeful that this MIF and continuing forward, the work of addressing our common issues and common concerns and our challenges, and what I heard throughout this is the strong support and the strong cry for a very well-established, developed Secretariat General Office to help us and support us in whatever initiatives that we have moving forward, as that is, many of you have said, the avenue and the way to get our initiatives moving and our initiatives implemented. So certainly we will continue, and of course that leads us right into our next item of agenda, which is the report from the Micronesian Islands Forum Secretariat representing a Palau designated representative, Landisang Kotaro. Please, we are looking forward to your report.
Thank you, Madam Governor, and thank you, Kyle, for bringing this contraption so I can be seen by the crowd. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to present the MIFS Micronesian Island Forum Annual Report since the last meeting that was held in Pohnpei. I'm presenting this report on behalf of the small Secretariat team that's based in Palau, and I ask for your indulgence as I go through the highlights of the report to give everyone a better understanding of where our organization stands. The Micronesian Island Forum Secretariat has continued to expand its planning efforts along with the MIF designated representatives since the 25th meeting, which was hosted by the FSM National Government on February 15th to the 17th of last year. And in many ways, the 25th annual meeting of the MIF marked the end of the COVID pandemic and the opening up of our region to international and regional travel, reinitiation of economic development, and the rehabilitation and inter-island cooperation. Financial status of our organization. And just to be clear, Excellency President Simina, the contribution from FSM is not covering dues, right? Just need clarification on that. The most recent accounting report from the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Palau indicated that the MIF has a current balance of approximately $152,000. This amount was augmented by the collection of past dues totaling $30,000, and this increased the current balance to approximately $182,000. In regards to the 2024 dues, 3 jurisdictions have paid their dues totaling $45,000. This additional funding would bring the MIF's balance to $227,000. In addition, the MIFS is awaiting other dues for this year from other members totaling $105,000. Upon payment of these dues, the MIF's balance will approximately be a little over $300,000 for fiscal year 2024. We will therefore seek assistance and support from the chairperson as well as the other leaders to help the Secretariat in its efforts to encourage other jurisdictions to bring up to date their dues. The budget overview of the MIFs. Revenues for the past 5 years, have totaled $825,000, and expenditures have totaled $501,000. Consequently, at the last accounting, the balance of revenues would be around $323,000. This amount is sufficient to operate the office through 2024, but is probably insufficient to hire a Secretary General and additional staff. Upon the identification of additional funding sources, the Secretariat will prepare and the DRs will approve an operational budget, expanding the office to include the new staffing. The MIF has also been active in its fundraising efforts. The designated representatives have held ongoing discussions and planning regarding the leader's directive to expand the MIF's funding base. In this effort, the DRs created a fundraising subcommittee to better organize these efforts. Working together, the subcommittee and the Secretariat has prepared a number of grant requests from donor partners. Grant requests were sent to these donor partners by the former chair of the MIF, the Federated States of Micronesia National Government. A fundraising letter to the Republic of China, Taiwan, seeking a third grant has been well received. Taiwan was also invited through their TICO office in Guam to attend the 26th MIF, and we would like to share that Taiwan has indicated that they will be able to support the MIF through another grant for this year. This would bring the total that the Republic of China, Taiwan has given to the MIF a little over $800,000. The FSM delivered a grant request to China for a 2-year grant while visiting China this year, and the FSM designated representative indicated that serious consideration was being given to identifying funding for the grant. There have also been other grant requests that were made on behalf of the former chair, FSM, that were delivered to Australia, New Zealand, and Japan, and we are awaiting favorable responses. Would also note that the Australian ambassador, non-resident ambassador to Guam, Excellency Rochelle Turner, is also in attendance at this 26th MIF meeting. On the hiring of a Secretary General, which has been mentioned by our leaders this morning, the Secretariat has prepared all the documents needed to initiate the hiring of a professional SG and staff. The DRs, after reviewing the current financial report, have placed the hiring process on hold until additional funding sources are established to ensure continuity of funding of the position. On a couple other items that are pending that require the Secretariat's assistance, the Health Summit that has been mentioned by the Vice President of Palau, the Secretariat has held numerous discussions with our partner, PIHOA, Pacific Islands Health Officers Association, regarding the planning of a regional health summit focusing on non-communicable diseases. In that effort, PIHOA has developed a draft concept note and sought funding from the United States. This has not been confirmed yet, and our efforts so far have not been successful. PIHOA is working on developing a more focused concept note that meets the funding requirements of donors, but also meets the needs that was identified by the leaders. To move this forward, as the proposed host of the Health Summit, the DR from Palau attended the last PIHOA meeting to confirm the MIF leaders' intent as shared again at the 25th MIF meeting. And there has been significant progress in the planning efforts with a consultation at the end of the month to be held in Palau to really hone in on when we can have the regional summit and to confirm funding. Finally, as mentioned by the Lieutenant Governor of Yap and our fellow colleague in the DR's grouping, Nauru is the newest member of the Micronesian Islands Forum, and there is a standing invitation, and the Secretariat team continues to reach out to our brothers and sisters in Kiribati to join the MIF family. A copy of this annual report is available and will be disseminated to all members for transparency purposes. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to provide responses to that, myself, and the small team that is based in Palau, serving all of the MIF jurisdictions. Thank you. Oman Masulang.
Thank you very much. I wanted to also mention that I have been in discussions with the Department of Interior and the State Department in possible funding, and they are seriously considering this. But would like to ask Landy Singh if you could also write them a grant request, as they are asking for MIF to present or write a letter to them requesting for the funding.
Thank you for that information, Madam Governor Leon Guerrero. And I see Ambassador Cantor here. We will work on that from the Secretariat team with obvious guidance from the chairperson. Thank you.
Also would like to say that Tyler Ruggles is here, who is representing Secretary Blinken from the State Department. He is also part of the State Department.
He just raised his hand. We'll work with you and the Secretariat team to get those squared away and the grant requests in, and hopefully the checks out.
Yes, so I would, I would just also say that the United States is very seriously also, again, noting consideration of funding for the MIF Secretariat Office, as they also recognize the important work of the Secretariat General in moving forward our challenges and our issues in our Pacific region. So I'd like to just say thank you to the United States also.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are just about ready to take our first break for today's session, but if I could ask our leaders to please join us on stage for a quick group picture. And just a quick note, guys, we're going to take a break as per the agenda. This is not lunch, so just because they put rice out does not mean it's time to eat just yet. Hold on now. We're going to get to that in just a bit. But for now, again, let's get our leaders on stage for our first group picture of today and of this year's Micronesian Islands Forum. All right, we'll stick with the duration as listed in the agenda, guys. Our break will be but 5 minutes. So if you'd like to head out, your restrooms are right in the main lobby area. We've also got drinks out there for you in the form of water and tea. Again, we'll meet back here in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Time
All right, again, guys, we'll be getting back to business in just a few, but really quickly, if I could ask that anybody who's making a presentation as a part of a committee this afternoon, if you could please join us on the right side of the stage. Again, if you are presenting for your committee, be it regional workforce, regional education, regional health, or gender equality, I'd like to ask that you please join us on the side of the stage. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about ready to begin. If I could ask you to please make your way back into the main ballroom. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Again, 2 minutes. Come on in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for coming out and welcome to the Hyatt Regency Guam. This is the 26th Micronesian Islands Forum. If we could have everybody please make your way into the room and back to your seats. We are ready to begin with the second half of our presentations, and then we can get to lunch. Let me see. Oh. All right, if we can make our way to our seats, guys, we'll begin momentarily. Adam, go ahead. Adam, go ahead. Yep. Forward. Other way, forward. Okay.
Let them know that you
All right, again, if we can make our way to our seats, please. We're ready to begin. And I'm hungry.
Yes. And JQ's here according to. Yeah, according to Elfie, JQ is here because he asked for business cards too.
All right, again, thank you so much for coming out, ladies and gentlemen. If you could join us, please, in the main ballroom and make your way to your seat. We are ready to begin. It's great to be here in beautiful Tumon, Guam, and as you heard earlier, all of our leaders are super excited to be sharing this experience and very hopeful for the future and what we've got for all of Micronesia. Over the course of last Thursday and Friday, the working groups for MIF have been assembling up in Manilao at the Guam Community College, and they've been working on presentations to give our leaders a snapshot of one of the things or a couple of the motions that they'd like to move forward. And for those presentations, we'd like to welcome up now our class elected speaker, if you will, from each group. And we're going to start with our first group, which is the group that discuss regional workforce development. For that, ladies and gentlemen, from the Guam Department of Labor, please welcome Mr. Dave De La Sol.
Hafaday. Hafaday. Governor, Lieutenant Governor, thank you for my job. And excellencies and governors and everybody else, welcome to the conference. So we had a great working group of people from the islands, and some of them zoomed in earlier and contributed. We also were nice enough to have GCC, which is Guam Community College, sit in with us since they provide a lot of the training. And we also had Guam Trades Academy, Bert Johnson, sit in with us, who's also out in the islands. And we also had a nonprofit, Manetlu, who runs the Micronesian Resource Center, One-Stop Center for Guam, who helps the Micronesians get acclimated and navigate through all our, when they migrate over here to Guam. So I wanted to thank them for a very hard work and grassroots goals and objectives. We shifted a little bit and made it a little bit more attainable than past goals and objectives. And I think we got a good understanding of where we're going to go and what we're going to do. So on the 25th communique, just to kind of give some quick updates on some of the goals and objectives of the last, which was, you know, to, of course, develop workforce development programs. And FSM did report back that although they may not have done the Skills Academy, but they are in a pilot performance grant program for the high schools. So that's working out well. At least they've started movement towards that. One of the other goals was for NGOs to get them more involved in the workforce, like Manetlu. And so the Migrant Resource Center that was is basically moving forward through the United Nations. They have International Organizations of Migration, the IMO, which is in all the islands, and I'll get to Palau, which they're starting with it. So hopefully you can use that as an impetus to talk about migrations and to help move some of those policies forward through there. With Manetlu, which you're not familiar with, is on Guam. They run the one-stop career center for Micronesians. We have a MOU with them, and they're aligned with our American Job Center, and they basically help them, the new citizens that are coming over, the new Micronesians, to navigate, get Social Security, the education systems, some of the welfare systems, how to work and get a job, and they align with us. So that's something that I wanted to promote to your islands. And of course, Palau is working with the IMO office, and they have written a migration and reintegration policy, which is something that we, once they validate that and get it all done, we can share with the other islands, and that may be something that you might want to replicate. So the other goal and objective is the economic survey to kind of determine what jobs are out there, because you need to train towards those jobs. And the one thing that I wanted to kind of share with you is that we just had our 2020 census release. And in there is some good information and data for you, for the FSM and for RMI, because inside there, all your citizens that are here on Guam, it breaks them out to what jobs they're doing, how many are, what they're being paid, and also age, race, all broken up in the islands. So you have a good indication of what your citizens are doing here on Guam, where they're working, and how much they're making, and what is the makeup. So I think that gives you a good understanding of what they're doing when they come here to Guam. And I think that's a good resource for you. Also, FSM is conducting also some surveys on out in their islands, and also Palau is also doing a household income. So we are having movement towards some data, and I think that's important. I'm flying here quickly because I have like 10 minutes, so excuse me if I go very rapidly. So some of the emerging issues, and I'll just kind of speak holistically on these emerging issues because we all share them. We have gaps, job gaps, where the jobs are and where the people are. We need to train them towards them. We need to find that out. You're also having more professional skills gap that are emerging. And a lot of that is happening because of the new emerging industries that are happening. and also your aging workforce. The people that are aging out are in professional positions, and of course, you're having a hard time finding them, just like we're having here on Guam. And of course, there is a lack of the kids that are graduating out of schools. There's a lack of education curriculums towards those skills and that workforce. And I think that's what we on Guam are hitting very heavily on. We've shifted a lot of our emphasis into the schools. We're doing year-round school programs where during the breaks, they're learning job skills, and then in the summers, they're working in the industries where they're interested in. And some of these are paid by us. Some of them are paid by the employers. We open up a new hospitality a program for our youth. And we also have a lot of other programs that I will get into. So some of the other ones that, now that we want to, like I said, I'm going fast here. So some of the recommendations that we wanted to put into our communique. Of course, we want to entice the private sectors, the governments, and the nonprofits to identify and come up with more training programs. We all know, because I know my governor hates it when our people leave our island and go to the States. We want to keep them here. And I know you're just as passionate to keep your people in your island too. They're going to migrate, and some of them do. But the way you keep them here is to catch them in the schools and train them to the jobs that you have available. And if they chain into those jobs, then they'll go right into those jobs. So that's the key, is to figure out what demand job occupations are here on your islands and start training towards that. And I know the islands are starting to do that. And once you do that, we also, we have some programs here in Guam. You have to do government level incentivizing to workforce development programs. You got to help the private sector train those, incentivize to train or hire those unskilled laborers and train them at their jobs. The governor, through the Guam Registered Apprenticeship Program, we use a 50% tax break for you to hire unskilled laborers and skill them into those positions and then hire them. We also have we do subsidies through the WIOA, which Dr. Ledbetter, thank you. We pay for the first 6 months to 1 year of you hiring somebody and training them into that position and then hiring them. And then, of course, we have our manpower development funds and other things. So whatever works in your island, I think you need to subsidize. You need to help those employers hire the unskilled and train them. So that's what some of our goals are. Also, our migration policy. You are going to have people leave. They're coming to Guam. And if they're going to come to Guam, you got to make it easier for them. A lot of them are coming without a Social Security number, don't know what is needed for the education, the transcripts, the resumes. That's why we have a Micronesian Resource One-Stop Center. We're happy to help with that, but we need to have them better prepared, because what you don't know, and I speak to a lot of these companies that are coming, meat packing, cruise lines, Uniteds, all these that are stealing our people. 40% are coming back after the first year or two, because they always think it's grass is greener. But once they leave, they find out what it's like to live in the States, and they don't like it. They want to come back. And they come back with skills. They come better prepared than when they left. So we have to help them. When they want to come to Guam, let's work with them before they leave your islands to get better prepared, because they will return to your island, and that's their home. And some don't, but that's okay. 40% come back or 30% come back, and they come back with skills. So that's something that I think is very important to help prepare them better. And then the last recommendation is something that we kind of tweaked, and that's something that's on your level, not on mine. I'm not speaking from experience, But like FSM, RMI, we would love to have you be part of the WIOA family, the workforce investment, to get Department of Labor dollars. And that's through Congress. If you notice during the pandemic how you got PUA money, that's because the Act of Congress included you in there. And unfortunately, when the typhoon hit with DUA or the FEMA monies, it's not written in there. So I felt so bad because a lot of our Micronesian brothers and sisters weren't qualified to get disaster money for the typhoons. That can be changed with your compact impact or compact negotiations. Palau has it. So I think that is something that you can, we can work towards if you can collectively all agree together, and I think we can support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. I was just asking President Simona here, you know, Congress just passed, of course, when they voted for when they signed the COFA, the CFA agreement also. So I don't know if this WIOA is part of that CFA. Do you know? It is not.
This is something that you're going to have to get Congress to recognize to be a part of for USDOL. I mean, it's being done. CNMI, Palau, us, American Samoa, we're all part of it. So FSM and RMI would be, and Nauru, if you can get them to do it. And the great thing about that is they provide technical assistance. Right after here, we're meeting all the islands, and they're providing updates on where we're at, what we're doing, what's working, what's not working. All the dollars that we get have outcomes, performance outcomes, and they make sure they don't just expect us to do it and then we get penalized. They help us make sure that we get those outcomes by training and giving us a lot of technical assistance. So that's another thing, is you have to, when you get those dollars, you get outcomes with them.
So President Heine just asked what CFA stands for. It's Compact Impact Fairness Act, which was part of the COFA agreement. And that was to allow every Micronesian migrant now to the host states to be able to participate and be eligible for social services like SNAP, TANF, and so forth without having to be US citizens. And they can also do SSI, but Guam does not do SSI. But if they come to CNMI, they can participate in the SSI program. They made that part of the COFA agreement. So that's why I was wondering if this WIOA was part of that CFA.
Workforce is basically training dollars and employment for each of the islands. And you would develop your own. And that's how you keep your people on your islands, is that they're specifically there to help you train and do employment for your individuals. And that's what we work for all together. We meet together, we learn from each other, we work with our other islands that work, that are part of the group, and we come up with all these programs. And that's how we kind of, if you're wondering how we have so many programs towards the schools and all that stuff, is that we get those continuous dollars. And that's what is difficult with the RMI and FSM. You get these grants, and then when the grant is done, then you have to try to apply for another and do it all over again, where we get these dollars continuously through formula monies, and that are geared right towards training and employment. I think if you collectively got together and went to Congress with the climate that things are at, I think you could have success in trying to get that accomplished.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dave De La Sola. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, representing our Regional Education Committee from the Guam Community College, Mr. John De La Rosa.
Thank you very much. Let me see how this works. Sorry. There you Thank you, Governor Leon Guerrero, Lieutenant Governor Tenorio, and all of our distinguished leaders today. Thank you for this opportunity to report out on the Education Committee's findings and recommendations. As you can see from the first slide, we wanted to put this up just to show you how many people actually engaged with us on providing information and also dialoguing with us on the issues that were very important to the region in education. But I also want to point out real quickly those who are actually here on Guam over the 2 days of meetings and who were instrumental in putting these findings together. First of all, we have Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez, the president of University of Guam, Dr. Charlene Santos Bamba, and Mark Mendiola, also from the University of Guam, Mayai Keller, Betty Segra, and Diana Aizawa from the FSM, Dr. Galvin De Leon Guerrero from NMC, the Northern Marianas College, and Ida Kilcullen from Palau. Those were the people who, over the last 2 days, were actually engaged in putting together the findings that we have. As far as our updates from the 25th MIF meeting, the leadership endorsed the establishment of the Micronesian Regional Education Summit to discuss regional education issues, including the promotion of online learning. And the second recommendation was to support the Micronesian Regional Vocational Training Center in coordination with the Workforce Development Committee, Dave's committee. During the 2 days that we were together, it was interesting to note that all of the different jurisdictions had the same issues that we wanted to bring up and highlight for today. Our emerging issues are a shortage of skilled workers, including teachers and health practitioners, the outmigration of our residents and citizens, competition with online learning, especially at the post-secondary level, and data sharing and research agreements. So in terms of, I think everyone is feeling the shortage of skilled workers. And so at the educational level, we are trying to train and get out more of those professions. The problem is we train them, they get certified, then they leave again. So that's one of those issues that we really need to look at in terms of longevity in those jobs. Out-migration, it's the same, I think, for all of our islands. We find that our people are leaving for a number of reasons. A lot of them are leaving for employment. Some are leaving for higher education, for post-secondary education. And we all know that once they leave, it's very difficult to bring them back to the islands. Competition with online learning, I think we are feeling this at all levels, particularly in the master's and the doctorate levels, right? And then on the issues of data sharing and research, in data sharing, this was something that Dr. De Leon Guerrero brought up, was that we find that people, these outside entities come into the islands, they do conduct research without ever looking towards the institutions that actually do the research on Guam. So we find that a lot of times we're seeing the research after the fact, after they've been on the island and have gone back and published it without giving proper credit to the institutions and to the researchers themselves. And in And so on the recommendations and requests to the MIF leadership, our first one is support for the Micronesian Regional Economic Summit. That is an issue that was recommended by the 25th MIF. We we did not have, there was no time available for us to plan that for earlier in the year, but the commitment from the committee is to host it sometime in October of this year here on Guam. The second one was to provide free college initiatives. Many of the states in the United States are already doing this for at least the first 2 years of college. So that's an issue that we think would help us to expand data sharing and research collaborative protocols. And one of the recommendations was to consider standing up research clearinghouses to require anyone who's coming in to do research to come and register their intentions to do research, so that it would be done in collaboration with the local research entities. And so the next steps for us, the things that we would ask this august body to consider is in our efforts to convene the summit in October of this year, we would ask for support from this body to endorse it and to help us to find funding opportunities for it. And then, the group will also seek private funding support for it as well. Thank you.
Any questions from our leaders here? Comments? Okay, thank you then,
Thank you.
John.
Our next committee to report will be the Regional Health Committee, and here a champion of good health everywhere, ladies and gentlemen, Guam's own Mr. Art San Agustin.
While we're getting the PowerPoint on, I just want to extend a buenos and warm holiday to all those in attendance today, to the Honorable Governor of Guam, to all of our very distinguished heads of states, our delegates, our dignitaries, our leadership here on island and abroad, and all our investors and our partners, and really to everyone here, buenos and holiday. And Governor, before I actually start the presentation, I just want to say congratulations on your chairmanship for MIF. You're most welcome, Governor. I started the RHC, so conceivably, you may see more of me in MIF for 2024. So, to the Regional Health Committee, this is jointly prepared by the health leadership of the 6 U.S. APIs, Kiribati, Kiribati, Nauru, with the Secretariat support provided by PIHOA. And so we could just roll on to the next, I'm so sorry, let me do this. These are the RHC members, and these are the ministries, the departments, and the positions that make up the RHC membership. In terms of the working group for the 26th MIF, these are the individuals that have contributed in some form, shape, or manner into what I'm going to be presenting today. I want to take a moment to thank everyone who sent me countless emails of information and really for working through Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and into Sunday to submit and prepare for this presentation. So, sizos masi to all of you. I want to start our presentation by sharing a statement. Health is one of the greatest challenges to our island's economic development and sustainability. Our productive age labor force is getting sicker and dying younger. Not to mention, some of our very seasoned practitioners are retiring out, and we don't have the workforce capacity to meet those that are retiring. This compounds existing labor force shortages and forces governments to be reliant on imported labor at significantly higher costs. With each passing moment, we are writing our history, and today we will provide some updates to resolutions that are part of both the MIF history and the work to be done. This will determine our future. There will be health challenges that I'll be touching on that also will contribute to the future and direction of MIF as we move on forward. So to start on the past, we have the MIF Resolution 24-02, and this is on veteran services. And here is a very positive situation. They made a significant step forward in addressing healthcare needs, and we now have eligibility coming forth for U.S. veterans services in the FAS of FSM, Palau, and RMI. The VA service extension to the FAS was incorporated into the respective compacts of free association agreements with the U.S. The Veterans Affairs will conduct health service assessments that need to be completed by March of 2025. And so in terms of veteran services, there is a way forward, and we all, as respective members of the region, jurisdictions, will be working forward. In terms of Resolution 24-03, the focus here really is on the healthcare facilities. And with regards to that, we have seen renovation. They have funded the Department of Interior Complete Assessments, of the U.S. API hospital facilities. This report was disseminated to leaderships, jurisdiction-specific, as well as a white summary that was provided. And PIHOA has also expressed their support. It was presented in March of 2024 at the PIHOA board meeting and has since issued a resolution in support of strengthening hospital administration and services. Our next slide is 2501, which is really innovative technologies for healthcare services. Under this resolution, significant progress has been achieved across all our islands in the development of digital health, data modernization plans, and or frameworks, and implementing innovative healthcare technologies, including electronic health, medical record systems, telehealth, telemedicine services expansion. And so like with regards to the CNMI, they have already had telehealth, teledentistry, Antinian, and ROTA. Rethinking health workforce development, our next resolution, Resolution 2502. This really emphasizes how we rethink health workforce development, focusing on data collection, profiling, and establishing workforce assessment tools and HR systems across the islands. With regards to the enumeration survey that is being conducted by PIHOA, it is going to give us here in the jurisdiction data in terms of how many practitioners we have, their length of service, and salaries. And with regards to the Beaumont Foundation, they're doing a satisfaction survey of our health practitioners. And all of this contributes to workforce development and how we recruit and we retain our health workforce. Our next resolution is 25-03. And in this one, we're going to focus on the health dispensary infrastructure, but it also talks about outer island transportation and communication. And so here in terms of FSM, they have been doing renovations in Pohnpei, Chuuk, and Yap. There's also efforts in the region to establish Starlink, not just on the sea ambulance boats, but also on the medical ship, again, for onboard connectivity. And CNMI, Road Antinian, here again, we just want to touch base on them, doing teleconsults, telepharmacy, and teledentistry services. So with regards to issues that we identified as a work group, we want to say health is a shared responsibility. And one of the areas we need to look at that's far-reaching and has widespread implication is the social determinants of health. And so we need to look at the health status. This cannot be addressed by just the health departments, the health sector alone. Government action should promote and support health initiatives in all its policies across all sectors, health in all policies. And so what Guam is looking at in terms of a possible response to SDOH is to have wraparound services in our community. These wraparound services will be very comprehensive. It will require care coordination, onboarding of navigators. But in order for this to happen like anything else, we need you, the leadership of our jurisdiction, of the region, to invest in these services. Technology and healthcare. With technology and healthcare, this is very critical. It's more than just acquiring equipment, making sure the equipment is maintained, it's more than training our staff to use the equipment. It also includes engaging our community to receive services in this modality. However, to make this successful, as leaders, we need your commitment to ensure that there is sustainable, reliable connectivity for technology and healthcare. Technology provides us with an opportunity to maximize services, to reach the hard-to-reach population, to provide services where it is perhaps spotty or sporadic or incremental. So we need to look at those efforts. And health, always workforce. I know Dave talked about workforce, and workforce is something that we all continue to talk about, whether it's WHO, it's PHOA, perhaps even at the heads of health. Workforce, workforce, workforce. But we do need to find that formula that is perhaps you can create a best model that we can replicate throughout the Pacific, because we got to look at training, reaching our youth in high school, providing them opportunities, but also what is our recruitment strategies and what is our retention strategies. The group really talked about some of the contract provisions that are in their jurisdictions, and some of that will be contained in the resolution that we'll be putting forth as the RHC committee. But it's a recognition that we need to continue as a group, look at how we can train our youth, continue to recruit, providing scholarships, perhaps loan payoff options, returning back to the islands, and retention. But also part of the health workforce is brain sharing. We're looking here at across the jurisdiction in Micronesia, in the Pacific, for us to practice, for healthcare practitioners to practice throughout and across borders. It also was talking about having specialty services provided. Specialty services that are provided that perhaps one jurisdiction alone cannot afford that specialty, but we can share that specialty, and also to respond to surges. We'll put our funding together so that we can support this for deployment of our specialty talent, but also for our surge. And when you think of COVID-19, that is where we can look at how we put our resources together. The Guam Public Health Lab is another example. Here we have resources coming from the different jurisdictions, including from our federal partners. And this Guam Public Health Lab is such a critical lab because it provides services not just to Guam. It also provides services to our partners in the region. So to the heads of health, Governor Liu, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, all the dignitaries that are here, the heads of health, presidents, vice presidents, special envoy, our local leadership, we need to work at the social determinants of health. This social SDOH is far-reaching. It's not just income. It's everything from income to housing to water to personal safety. So you can imagine us working with wraparound service, working with a family, will also lead to a healthier community, a healthier economy. Technology and healthcare, we can't go without it. We need to invest. We need to capitalize it. We cannot marginalize healthcare and technology. And we got to think about our workforce, recruitment, training, retention, and what talent we have in the community, in our region. How can we share that? Forgive me in advance. I want to say to all of you, Kamal Tata, Kalangan, Kanisor Shapur, Topwakor, and you're all going to chuckle as you try to say, the guy's, he is killing us here. Mesulang, Kulu Malula, Kamagar, Korabwa, Fafa Tailava, and Sizuas Masi, and thank you. And I want to thank my mentor, Amy, for trying to get me to practice all of this. Thank you very much. I'm here for questions and answers. Any questions? Sorry, Governor. Thank you, Bev.
Lucian.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's give it up one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for all of our presenters. They did amazing. All right, there's a quick change in schedule. I know that the agenda says we have one more presentation to make, and then we're going to get to lunch. But you heard me earlier, and I know you feel it too. So we're going to break for lunch in just a bit, and then come back for the other presentation, which we'll all pay more attention to because we won't be so hungry. Yeah? Perfect. Well, I'd like to ask that our leaders please rise. Yeah, please follow Mason and Clem and Auntie Kathy. At the same time, we definitely want to say thank you to all of the amazing folks who made today and this week possible. We'd like to get a round of applause, please, for our sponsors, Micronesia Challenge. Let's make some noise. Thank you to our friends of the Local 2030 Islands Network. Thank you to the Bank of Guam. And a round of applause for Taiwan. Thank you to Taiwan for all of their amazing support as well. Thank you. All right, as our leaders make their way off into a separate meeting, your meeting will contain eating. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way through the main lobby. Lunch is served. We'll meet back here if you're leaving at 1:40, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be what time lunch ends. Again, 1:40. We'll meet back for session. Thank you for coming. continue with our time. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Brenda Alec.
Good afternoon. Yakwe, Excellencies, Honorable Governors, and dignitaries. I am Brenda Alex, Secretary for Ministry of Culture and Internal Affairs. I am here on behalf of the Gender Equality Committee to bring you updates and progress for the important work that was endorsed in 25th MIF. Thank you, colleagues, sisters, and brothers, for this great work that we have put together. As you can see on the slide, these are important people for the Gender Equality Committee. Let's give them a hand. The 24 MIF mandated the establishment of Gender Equality Committee after the proposal was made by the Republic of the Marshall Islands in 2029 under the leadership of President Heine. The COVID pandemic that affected most of our small nations made it impossible for the committee to meet during the past 3 years. As you can see in this slide, Gender Equality Committee at the regional level, Micronesian became the first sub-regional to take a sub-regional approach to delivering on gender equality commitments. The 25th MIF Gender Equality Committee was tasked to do 3 significant tasks for the sub-regions. Develop a Micronesian regional gender equality framework, mainstream gender into sectoral work, mobilize resources to affect these outcomes. Excuse me, I'm still learning this. The Micronesia's gender equality framework will be the very first, as I said earlier. This is a very important task that we have put together and we have been working over a year to be presented this afternoon for the MIF. The Micronesian Gender Framework has few declarations they have accomplished during the past few years. Pledge of 2012, the Pacific Platform for Action, PPA of 1994, the 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific, which had gender equality under the thematic area of people-centered development. Each of these countries represented here would have also signed to international conventions like CEDAW. At Pacific regional level, a review of pledge in 2022 showed that Pacific Island countries picked didn't really take ownership of this declaration, and that most member countries did not even understand its relevance. In addition, there was also no visibility of the declaration at regional or even at national level. Our Micronesian Gender Equality Framework will enable us as sub-regions to organize ourselves and make visible to the region and to the world our commitments to the SDG goals as regional and national development agenda. It shows that we are serious about the commitments that we make on a regional and international level. It speaks to the visionary leadership that we have through the MIF that understand that we cannot really build a strong and resilient Micronesian society if we leave half of our populations behind. It says Micronesian society, it says that our Micronesian leaders do not want to stand by and not lift a hand when 44% of our Micronesian women are suffering violence at the hands of their loved ones, or in some cases, ending of lives for many mothers and daughters. It also speaks to our unique ability as a sub-region to convene and mobilize as a group, to help each other rise up to fulfilling our gender equality commitments as nation and as a bloc. It says that as a sub-region, we have unique characteristics that we can harness together when delivering on our gender equality commitments. If we are able to mobilize effectively at this level, then we will be able to be a beacon of hope and beyond. Emerging issues. Emerging issues that we anticipate we will have to address once the framework has been developed. Political will and resource mobilizations. As leaders of Micronesia, we have taken the first step in showing political commitment to gender equality by asking of a Micronesian gender equality framework, which we will be delivered to you in the next month. That framework will only be as good as the investment that must come with it for implementation. This will call on your leadership again to ensure that national budgets allocates money for the implementation of your national priorities for gender equality. At most times, lack of national budgets and resources inhibit progress and development at national level. Donor money should be considered secondary. If we are to really take ownership of our commitment, which we have made through the framework, then we must allocate resources for effective implementation. As I said before, the framework will be tabled at the next year, and we will at that time come back to this body for further considerations of resource mobilizations. As a political commitment from the highest level of leadership in Micronesia, it is important that a robust accountability mechanism is put in place. The committee is of the view that as you already have the Gender Equality Committee, that it should serve as your accountability mechanism for the framework. This will ensure that an annual reporting of progress is made to this meeting each year. It will help each of your countries represented here track of our national progress each year and thereby track our collective progress as a bloc. It also means that we will then have to ensure that our reporting progresses can be better streamlined and aligned with national, regional, and international reporting requirements, as reporting to this meeting should become an annual event. Our few recommendations. The Gender Equality Committee becomes the oversight accountability mechanism for the implementation of the MIF Gender Equality Framework. In order to implement one of the MIF resolution from last year, the Gender Equality amply recommends that the committee be given the mandate to work with their other committees of MIF to assist them in integrating gender into their sectoral work. To effect a transparent and informed process for the design of the framework, the Gender Equality Committee has that in-country consultations for the development of the framework be endorsed by this meeting so that the Gender Equality Committee can effectively carry out this work in designing the framework that we have been tasked to develop since the 24th MIF. Your Excellencies, Honorable Governors, and dignitaries, on behalf of Gender Equality Committee, thank you for this opportunity to recognize this important task for the countries. It is imperative that this important task continue to safeguard us today and young generations to come. We look forward for your endorsement and continued guidance in the future. Komoltada.
Thank you very much for this report. Gender equality was just a recently added committee to this Micronesian Islands Forum.
Right.
I remember, I think it was added like 2 or 3, but it is so much needed, I believe. And like you said, how can we move forward our initiative if we are going to leave behind 44% of our population? And certainly in every island countries, I'm pretty sure there's those discussions going on where we need to make sure women participate in every aspects of our lives, in health, education, business, economy, and so forth, because it is the right thing to do. I believe that we will have no problems endorsing the MIF gender equality framework, because that's what we would be guided with among each of us in a much more standardized and consistent way. So I appreciate the work that you do, and we will continue working with your very significant, I think, important committee. Any comments from any of our leaders? I know that Palau has been very active in doing women's conferences, and so is RMI. So, and I know there's one coming up soon, I think in Majuro, right? In July. I think it's end of July.
So, the triennial, yes.
Yes. All right. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Komoltada.
Let's give it up for her one more time. She was so nervous, you guys. Before she came up here, she was like, no, no. Then she came up and killed it. Very nice. And let's make some noise for all the ladies, please. Everybody here loves ladies. Thank you, ladies. Yes. Very important. We're going to continue now, ladies and gentlemen, with another genius. Please welcome to the stage for a special presentation, Dr. Tamika Ledbetter from the Regional Administrator, or she is the Regional Administrator for Regional 6 San Francisco Employment and Training Administration for the U.S. Department of Labor.
You add a lot of pressure to me. Oh, my goodness. Greetings to everyone, and thank you so much for allowing me to present to you today. I promise I will not belabor any points, but I just want to share with you just a little bit from my experience. First of all, thank you so much to the presidents and governors and vice presidents and lieutenant governors and local elected officials and chiefs and dignitaries, and to all of you who are here for this wonderful occasion. I'm a woman of faith, and all I could think about as I have been sitting and listening to all that you have been doing is a psalm that says how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. And that means the sisters too, but it's something about being in a room with people of like minds, right? And same focus and the desire to do something that's significant. We are in a moment right now, and you have the charge to ensure that you are providing something that is lasting. And so as I was looking at your theme, writing our history, determining our future, that really is resonating with me, and I'm so very grateful to be a part of this forum. And I am so excited and thankful for the half-a-day welcome that I have received since I've been here. You know, this is interesting to me because workforce development is really who I am.
I didn't start out with this title that you just mentioned, being the regional administrator for the Employment and Training Administration, USDOL. I started out as a young girl in the Bronx, New York, cleaning New York City parks as a part of the summer youth program. That's right. Jenny, she's not the only one from the Bronx, you know. But workforce development found me. And when I was 14 years old and wanted to make my own money, and I'm cleaning New York City parks, and I think at that time I was making $4.65 an hour. But you know what? That was $4.65 an hour. That was my money. And I got an opportunity to decide how I was going to spend it. So it was in that moment that workforce development found me. Now, later on, I went on to graduate from high school, and I took the traditional path because my grandmother wouldn't have it any other way. You will go to college. And so I went on to a 4-year university and later on joined the military, and I spent 4 years in the Air Force. And I was telling some of the dignitaries my desire on my dream sheet was in this order: Guam, Hawaii, and Japan. And they sent me to Elmendorf Air Force Base, Anchorage, Alaska. And so I've been in Alaska for the last 20 years, and a lot of what you've been talking about are the same exact issues that we deal with, being isolated from what we call the lower 48, having to develop solutions to the challenges that we face on our own, having expenses as it relates to travel in state, having, to deal with rural Alaska, which is not a 1-hour drive up the road, but it may be a whole flight to elsewhere. And dealing with our young people leaving the state and not, desiring to return because they don't think that there are opportunities there for them. And also dealing with, sustainability and connectivity and what happens when there's, a natural disaster and everything that we built automatically in one moment is destroyed. We have the same challenges. And then we're talking about the aging workforce. All of us are getting older, even though we look wonderful. And yet we have our young people who are not interested in taking our place because we've not communicated to them the quality of the job, the work that we are currently doing. So I'm enjoying the conversation that I'm hearing today. And I wrote down some notes that I've been hearing words like collaboration and honesty and a willingness to find common ground and demand for collective action and engaged commitment. Those are the things that we have to determine that we are going to do together. Right? We cannot afford to just sit by and, express the issues, the problems, the challenges, and not walk away with solutions that we have created in this moment. And so as a member of the Employment and Training Administration and now the regional administrator for that office, the reason I believe I was selected is because I understand what it's like to be in an outlying area. I understand all of the challenges, and I also understand that there are some things that we can do. All is not hopeless. And so I emphasize with my team that we are reaching out to our Pacific territories, our outlying areas, where I am here today to have the ministry of presence. It's something about showing up and being in the context for which you all are doing this work, and me being able to see it with my own eyes and hear and understand and add value to the work that you are doing. And as I see, I have 3 minutes left, and I'm going to honor the time. I just want to tell you one story. And so I was in the Air Force, and I was deployed to Operation Iraqi Freedom, Balad Air Base, Iraq. And I spent some time overseas, and when I came back from Iraq, I came back broken, like many people. And once again, this system The workforce system found me. I didn't know anything about unemployment. I didn't know anything about going into a job center, but someone told me that somehow I was eligible to receive services through an employment office. And I went into that office and I was a little frustrated because I didn't understand why I was different than when I left. And those of you who have family members who are military members, and some of which who have deployed, some are currently deployed now, you understand exactly what I'm saying. It was this system, the workforce system, that helped me to find employment, not only to find employment, but something that I would be passionate about. I became a case manager, serving members who were on temporary assistance, and then from there, 2 years later, I was the manager of the local job center, and then a few years later, I was the regional manager, and then I was asked to serve as the Commissioner of Labor by the Governor, Michael J. Dunleavy. After 4 years of service in that, resigned my position, and then 2 hours later, I received a call from the U.S. Secretary's office. This system works. But the only way it's going to work is if you share the work that you're doing with those that need this service, these services the most. They need you to communicate with them how valuable these services, the funding that you receive. And if you're not receiving funding, and that's something that collectively you want to pursue, I think you should use the power of this unified moment to move that forward so that you can help in every way that you can, because we have one moment, and this is the time. It has to be done now. And if we don't use this window of opportunity now, how are we going to answer to the next generation that we're trying to write our history and determine not just our future, but their future? Thank you so very much. I appreciate being here with you, and thank you for your time.
Any questions?
All right, we'll open for questions. Anybody?
No? Thank you very much.
All right, let's get a hand one more time. Thank you so much, Mr. Mika. Our next portion of the program today actually is going to be a roundtable featuring our leaders. And here to facilitate that roundtable, now taking his seat right next to our Magahaga, please welcome from the University of Guam, Dr. Kenneth Cooper.
We will go right into this roundtable discussion. And before we do, I just wanted, for the record, to reflect that President Heine had to step out for some very urgent issues and has delegated her Minister of Finance, David Paul, to act in her behalf. So one of the reasons we decided to do this roundtable discussion is we wanted to be a forum and a way where all of us discuss whatever the topic is that we are doing for roundtable. And it's to bring out more, I think, deliberative discussion among ourselves so that we can share the ideas and move forward with some initiatives and actions. So Dr. Cooper has I think, very willingly accepted the task to help us facilitate this discussion. So I'll hand it over to him, and our discussion topic is going to be on workforce development.
Gov. Hafade leaders, it's my honor to be here today at the 26th Micronesian Islands Forum to facilitate these three roundtables with you esteemed leaders. The MIF is an important component of the Micronesian sub-regional architecture. Through the MIF, we transcend the political divide of nation state and non-sovereign entities in the region and show that it's possible to engage one another in these technical areas, irrespective of our different levels of political evolution. So honest conversations like the ones we're about to have today are critical to advancing the quality of life for Micronesians and advancing our place in the world. So in the spirit of exploring the obstacles, needed improvements, achievements, and next steps for the sub-regional architecture is why we convene these roundtables. While each jurisdiction will have unique qualities and challenges, these roundtables aim to elicit the role of working together to solve both collective and localized obstacles. With global waves crashing into our shores in Micronesia, many want to hold the pens that ink our fates. But it is important that the pens writing Micronesian history are held by Micronesians ourselves. These roundtables are one way to enhance our agency in Micronesia and truly plan for a shared future. So on this note, let's begin with a very general question. And of course, leaders, please respond in any order. It's a roundtable. We can go around the table if you like, but we really are viewing this as a conversation amongst leaders. So, the general question. We have heard from the regional committees on workforce development, education, health, and gender equality. Could you please explain what you view as the main issue surrounding workforce development? And furthermore, they gave a bunch of recommendations, really solid recommendations. Which one of these do you believe is most crucial to regional workforce development, and how will you commit to help in its implementation? I know that's a lot. I can repeat it one more time, but essentially, from all of these regional committees, we have these wonderful recommendations. If you had to choose one that you can commit to implement, what would it be, and why do you think that would be your #1 priority as leaders? And of course, collectively answering on a regional level. To break the ice, I would like to maybe give it to whoever would like to go first, but if none, I'm gonna ask the chairwoman, Governor Leon Guerrero, if she would like to go first, if no one would like to volunteer.
So, for workforce development, of course, our island is faced with a lot of labor shortage. There's a lot of demand for work, and we do not have the employees or the local labor force to provide that supply for that demand. And so that is one of our most crucial concern on our island, is how do we meet the demand of increased jobs with the lack of supply for those human resources. For example, nursing is always a very known fact that there is nursing shortages. And I know that there are nursing shortages, just not in Guam, but there is in the CNMI, in all the other islands, because there is. And so how do we work to make those nursing shortages a little bit less of a gap? Right? The other one, of course, is construction workers is very short in our island. And how do we work it so we can get construction workers? And maybe how do we as a region share some of that? I mean, there's discussions with the nursing shortage, and how do we share our nurses among the regions? What do we need to do? Do we need to pass legislation? Do we need to create policies? Many, many things. And here in Guam, we are looking at all of those ways. We have also formed a human resource kind of task force that is being guided through us from the federal government. And so we're addressing all of that, from increase in salaries for the nurses and healthcare individuals to more classes for the nursing. How do we now institute not just Bachelor of Science nursing, but AA degrees in nursing? How do we use LPNs? All of that. So I just want to have you share with us, what are some of the obstacles that you face in terms of getting not just nursing, but labor force shortage. With our construction, we had to go outside of our island to get H-2B workers. We were faced with a lot of policy issues there. We don't have control of our immigration. You all have control of your immigration. We do not. So that's another obstacle that we had to face. But that's unique to our island. And so if you can share what those obstacles are with us here, maybe we can together discuss and work out if we can just maybe share one thing that we need, like maybe salary is an issue. And how do you increase the salary of your people so they don't leave the islands to go to better opportunities. Our competitors are the same here. We have competitors in-house that compete with our labor force with salary. Is there anything we can do with education? For example, one of the things that we are doing here in Guam is now really working in the high schools to provide vocational trades so that those that don't want to go to college can then be trained before they even graduate in their high school graduation, so they'll have a job right after graduation. These are some of the things I'm sure you guys are doing, and if not, maybe we share that. So I don't want to, I want to listen to the other leaders.
Thank you, Gov. Other leaders? Honorable Vice President.
Thank you for this opportunity to be able to share on this topic of workforce help. Okay,
That's working. Yes.
So wages is a really big challenge, and listening to Dr. Tamika from the Bronx, she was saying that she was working cleaning parks when she was 14, and she was paid $4.60. The minimum wage in Palau is $3.50. So wages is a really big, it's a big challenge for us, because with the Compactor Free Association, we're losing a lot of the young people in Palau who moved to the States for better job opportunities, better healthcare opportunities. I was just sharing during our lunch that it is easier for a 30-year-old Palauan with family to buy a house in the States than for them to own a home in Palau. And so those are some of the challenges. But I'd like to bring up some of the solutions that have been taken into consideration and being implemented during President Wibb's administration. There's a program now where high school students are trained and they become certified divers in hopes of providing them with a job after high school if they choose not to go to college, and to become tour guides. Because what we see in Palau is a lot of, in the tourism industry, we need to bring in foreign laborers to work in Palau. So in order to provide them with the skills as a diver, that also provides them an opportunity to be able to work and stay at home and and work in the tourism industry. So that's one of the things that's being done to keep them in Palau. And I'm thinking of another solution for this workforce investment initiative. It's also what we have is a WIOA office. So it does help with getting interns. So you hire them for the first 6 months. They're being paid by the WIOA office, and then after that they can be taken on in that position that they're in. We also have incentives where you on taxes. So if you hire local. So there are incentives to help with hiring more local into these positions. But you're absolutely right, Governor. We have shortage of healthcare workers. We have shortage of public safety officers. We have a shortage of teachers. And so it's a blessing that we have this Compactor Free Association that provides the needed funding to be able to support our communities. But at the same time, it's also a curse, because you see this out migration and you end up with, in Palau, our numbers keep going down. We're now less than 20,000. And so that's also another issue that we need to look at as a MIF on how to keep our people home.
Thank you, Vice President. Any other leaders would like to respond to that prompt? Okay. Special Envoy.
I guess I have to contribute by then. How I see it is we cannot at the same time deny one person to have a better life. It sounds so selfish, but at the same time, we ourselves have to be stronger as a country. How do we retain them? We cannot point fingers when they are flying out to have greener pastures. And it's a very important topic, some point that my colleague has highlighted regarding properties, because in a way, in my country, everybody has a right to own a house, of course, and we have this system of, say, village systems. Everybody lives in one house. So I think that is one main key factor that kept a lot of families together. I think all of us have the same system. But if one is to migrate to Australia, he or she has to pay all these bills, etc., etc. That's why we're not really having this problem of mass migration, as everybody here knows of Nauruans are. I think just on top of my head, we've got less than 1,000 people overseas, and our population is about 12, 13,000. So we're doing quite well in that. In all, I think the point is that we have to be very competitive in retaining our people. And again, we cannot be telling them and denying one person to have a better life outside. It's just that we have to pull our socks up and say, as you highlighted, Governor, do we pass policies? Do we do something very strict? But for us, we've got systems that supports family members owning houses. We call it the housing scheme, that each people have the right to own houses just on contributions and the will of the government of the day. That's my little bit of 5 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Special Envoy. Representative to the Marshall Islands.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In economy, there are 3 basic fundamentals. One is land, the other is labor, and the other is capital. And the issue that we are discussing is labor. How do we develop our labor, our people? So if you look at what we've done so far as far as our Compact of Free Association in the United States, we've just renewed the compact, and the value of that agreement is close to $7 billion for the next 20 years between RMI, FSM, and Palau. So there's no shortage of capital investment in these 3 countries. I think one of the challenges that we face in order to build our economies is actually labor, shortage of labor. And a shortage of labor in a sense that we need the required skill sets. And the greatest and the quickest return on investment I see is actually vocational training. We continue to import our skill set laborers with required skill sets mostly from the PI. But in the next 20 years, if we as a region focus on developing our people, because we can give them the incentive to stay in our region, because we have enough investment in the next 20 years to invest in our people. And I particularly speak from experience when we have this United States military base on Quach. The US military continues to import people with specific skill sets. And because of the issue of liabilities, we have people that are trained, but the problem is they lack certification. And the reason why they cannot command higher pay wages is because they cannot certify the job that had just been done. Because if there's something wrong with it and somebody that is not certified, then they will not invoke the insurance on that particular job. So that's why when we train our people, because our people are very gifted, they learn very fast. But what we lack in this region is a collective institution where they can certify our laborers so they can command these high-paying jobs. So if we look at our education system across Micronesia, we focus so much on academia. Most of our people, when they graduate from high school, everybody says, we gotta go to college. But we continue to import mechanics, electrician, carpenters. But I think we can invest in our people to give them incentives so they can stay and provide that labor force that we need to build our economies. So I think this is something that we, as leaders, collectively can work together, whether it's through within our two-year colleges like College of the Marshals, University of Guam, COM, Palau Community College. But there has to be some sort of a mechanism where they train our people and they can provide certification. And that will allow them to command higher paying jobs, and so they can stay. So I just wanted to share that because this is really the key for our people to retain our people, our human resource. Right now, I'm telling you, there's such a mass migration of Marshallese going into the United States, and they go to Arkansas and work at the Tyson chicken factory because they get like what, $20 an hour, but we ended up paying these foreign laborers high salaries and wages because of the skill sets that they bring. So I just wanted to share that because I think we have the means and we have the solution to actually solve the labor crisis. Thank you.
Yes, go.
So, I just wanted to comment on the importance of certifying, right, for bigger or larger wages because of the skill set. So in Guam, what we institute through the GCC is boot camps. And so GCC works with the employers. And the employers say, for example, oh, we need carpenters, right? So GCC will do either an 18 weeks or whatever, how long, they call it boot camp. And these people now go to GCC, and what GCC does is it trains them in carpentry. And so after 18 weeks, they are certified. And then what we also do is we work with employers, and they provide apprenticeship programs for these boot camp people that just graduated with certification. So they go through this program, they become certified, then they have a job right away through apprenticeship program. So when you were talking, I was thinking maybe GCC could work with your the community college there of the Marshall Islands to share with them how to start this program, because then you can also bring in the employers to be part of that, because they can also sponsor these boot camp to go through the program. So that's an idea, and it's an idea that other islands could also use. And in that way, like for example, just this past couple of weeks, I've been to graduations from public high school, and they're graduating 330 students, right? There's about maybe 1,000 students that have graduated out there, and I'm always wondering, do they all have a job? What are they going to do? This is our wealth of laborers, and we need to continuously try to tap on them to direct them and guide them. That's why you're absolutely right about vocational trade in the high schools. You can start there. So these are not very difficult programs to start. And you say you already have the funding and the finance, and you can do tax credits for the employers also to incentivize and motivate them, like Vice President was talking about in Palau. But I'm pretty sure we can work with the various islands to see how maybe we can help you start off some of those boot camps. And you use your own local experts. You know, you can have a carpenter come in and teach, and then you just have go through the college's requirements for certification.
Thank you, Governor Leon Guerrero. Honorable Governor Palacios.
Thank you. So I think I really believe that a lot of us face the same challenges. Guam has gone ahead. They have certification process, and they had issue also in the very beginning. I recall 5 years, 6 years ago when the military, Department of Defense, was saying, hey, we're going to move so many soldiers from Okinawa to Guam. Well, they needed to build. And how do they build? They need laborers. How are they going to get laborers? They're going to bring them in. Or they're going to take away what's outside of the fence. And so our brothers and sisters from Guam, and Governor Liu understands this, many of the Guam Department of Labor understand it, they actually figured out and had a conversation with the military, with the employers. Like, you're not going to suck up our labor pool. So, but it was a process that they had to go through, that Guam had to go through, and certainly we can learn from that. Certification is absolutely critical. And if GCC is now doing that certification, maybe that's a program that we can all take a look at and maybe regionalize it through this body, this forum. I remember our government was also sending young men to Phoenix, Arizona to go to this certified mechanic school, UTI. Guess what? By the time they get their certification, they don't want to come home anymore. They stayed there because they were going to get starting salary of $18 to $20. They were certified, skilled diesel mechanic. They work where they can work for Ford Motor Company. And so those are the challenges. We also are going to be facing a lot of challenge in health and allied professionals. You know, when Biden and the U.S. Congress approved the $1 trillion nationwide infrastructure things, like, wow, how much are we going to get? So we got it figured out. We're going to get so much capital, but where are we going to get the laborers? Lo and behold, in our Commonwealth's experience very recently, Department of Defense is building a divert airfield on Tinian. Guess what the wages are now that I have to pay a carpenter or a mason on Saipan? It's like stateside. Yeah. So there are, you know, things that are moving, and perhaps maybe you know, our Department of Labor's, respective Department of Labor's, and through this forum can take a look at this holistically and what the challenge is. Emerging issues. We all have a lot of these so-called renewable energy emerging industries. Well, how many of our people know how to do renewables and install renewables? Are we going to bring Chinese again in to install these things, or other foreigners from the Philippines that got certified? That's probably what we're going to end up doing if we don't look at it and start addressing it. You know, I'm glad our Department of Labor on Saipan is starting to be very, very aggressive and looking at the different industries and forging on with our college also, and a vocational school that has just been established about 5-6 years ago. By the way, that school is called Northern Marianas Technical. It was started by a private business entrepreneur. And then it just, take hold, and he was certifying cooks to go work at in our hotels, and mechanics. So it can be done. We just gotta put our backs to it. And maybe this forum is in a position to make that happen. Thank you.
Si Jus Masi, Governor, we've been really hearing the importance, yes, give him a round of applause, of vocational training and regionalizing certification. So hopefully that's something that the leaders can come together and prioritize. I'd like to give an opportunity from the Federated States of Micronesia if...
Can I hear?
Okay. Honorable Governor.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here listening, and I'm just wondering, are these very specific needs that cannot be accommodated by our education system? Are we trying to create a new separate programs aside from what's already existing in our respective jurisdictions? Why can't we integrate these needs into the education system, especially the colleges, or maybe starting the 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade in high schools? Do we really need to reduplicate and create a separate system? I guess I have those questions because isn't that what is the purpose of having all these education institutions in our respective jurisdictions? And yet, what I'm hearing is we're lacking a workforce development programs. Is that why we're discussing this? Well, the other thinking is, why not incentivize our private sector to train their employees for the specific skills that they need to run or to work in those private sector businesses? I guess I'm not understanding why is it an issue? I mean, I applaud those programs that are already doing it, like GCC and the technical school at, like Governor from Saipan said, it started as a business. But with the vast resources of our respective governments, maybe perhaps our education system is not aligned to our needs. Can we realign that? Yeah. Just some thoughts that I just want to put forth. Thank you.
Much thank you, Honorable Governor. Would any of the leaders like to respond to Honorable Governor's query? Okay. Oh, Honorable Governor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. If we were to eat a fish now, I'm gonna eat the bones. Everybody eat the good part. Because all of these things are challenges to all our places. Lack of teachers, lack of nurses. What do we do? Great schooling for those. In Chuuk, we have a local college that really catered to teachers. Now, every year we have hundreds of new students to become teachers, yet they travel out to the US because of the larger bay. So what we did for our system, at least for the government, we upgrade our pay schedule, at least a few percentage high. So all in all, we can do all of these things to resolve little things like lack of teachers, lack of nurses, but the thing is, we need to really create jobs. Now, how do we create jobs? We are a global village that we are affected by the market out there. Our shipping industry, it's very costly to bring in goods. Our airlines, transportation, it's expensive to go out and get whatever we need. So these are the things that really affect our everyday living, most especially I'm speaking about Chuuk. So the cost of oil continues to increase. And so how do we kind of tame, for lack of better words, all of these things to be suitable and adapted to our economic environment in our region. I'm talking about Chuuk. So these are the challenges that I'm sitting here thinking about them. Yes, we can educate teachers. Yes, we can educate nurses. But a lot of these things got shipped in, and the expense continues to rise. And so, like I said, it's a global village. We need to learn how to look outside and see how we can adapt our economic development to the ones that are helping us from the outside. Yes, there is a lot of money with the infrastructures and the Compact 3, and we are very thankful for that. But again, these are the little things that really affect our everyday living. For our teachers, our region in Chuuk is a little bit different because there is a lot of island chains, and a lot of these teachers graduated. They don't want to go to the other islands. They don't want to teach in the Lagoon Islands. They want to stay on the main island. And so it's kind of internal for a lot of these challenges. And I'm here to listen and see if I can adopt any policies that we may have that can be suitable for the well-being of Chuuk. Thank you.
Sijus Masi, Honorable Governor. All right. Honorable Governor, thank you.
Well, to tell you the truth, I wasn't paying much attention to your presentation. But listening to my colleagues here, I wish to share a couple of responses that we had to make. That's for capacity building and adjusting salaries. That's how we respond to the need. For Kosrae, we had to work out some MOUs with colleges and universities, not with Guam, but stateside colleges, universities, making it easier for our students after graduation to enroll. That's how we try to get our people build up their capacity for hard-to-fill positions in government. And for the government employees, we have to increase their salaries. And I hope the president gave us more so we can increase more of their salaries when we go back. But that's how we respond to how we retain our workforce on island. Just so you know, I think not only Kosrae, we have more people living outside of the island than the ones that we have living on island. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Governor. We have about 5 minutes left. So I was going to ask, I have a list of like 5 questions, and we literally only did 1. So yes, this is great, though. It's more of a conversation amongst the leaders, which is excellent. One question I did have, if we can just spend a little bit of time on this. I wanted to get your perspective, the special auditor from Nauru. Is there anything that sort of the U.S. affiliated Pacific can learn from labor mobility schemes with Australia that can be instrumental in informing workforce development policies?
Well, testing. Well, we're still in our primitive state, you know. We just started the program, and we have, I think we've sent about, 20 on top of my head, 30. This is the first program for the aged care, one of the programs that were given to, to the region, and we are yet to see the actual data of those outcomes. And if I may touch on, we've got a few other programs back home that I forgot to mention earlier. We've got a system back home that, because we've been losing out on only these special white collar, like lawyers, some of them, out of 10, 3 left. So we decided, how do we tackle those 3? So we decided to start up a program called the Pleaders Course. The government funded a whole law program, only admitted to the bar of Nauru. So we've got about 40 lawyers only admitted to the bar of Nauru. All of them cannot be admitted outside because their recognition cannot be adapted and absorbed by other countries. and I'm part of that program. So yeah, if that may add on, thank you very much.
Thank you, Special Envoy. We have about 2 minutes left, I'm being told. So if we can have, if anyone has any last remarks, Honorable Vice President.
As Minister of Justice, I'm Vice President, Minister of Justice, I was looking to see if there would be a more regionalized training for the police officers. I was told that back in the day, there was a training center in Pohnpei where the police officers would go to get trained. I was looking for a like maritime law enforcement training center for the region, so the maritime law officers that are doing surveillance and control and monitoring of the EEZs would, receive training. So maybe it's something along the lines of a regionalized certification process. Would also look at doing a more regional approach in technical schools for this region, because those who do not go to college, they go into the military. So we need to provide a stronger technical school support for the ones who do not go to the military or go to the college, and thereby retaining them in our jurisdictions instead of going out to the U.S. I just also want to point out that we're also now looking to Fiji as well as FSM for workers, not just previously it was just the Philippines and Bangladesh for construction workers as well. There's a shortage of construction workers as well, but we're like looking to more of the Pacific in our own backyard type of recruitment.
Thank you so much. Oh.
I think in one of the presentations, there was a mention of an education summit or something like that. And I think that would be the best way to collect all the information we have, because for FSM, we lack data. So we need to know where we are on all the data about unemployment, the skilled, unskilled workers who are still around in the FSM. So we really need to get together and have a regional education summit so we can really put together all the information data that is needed so we know how to formulate our policies. Because sometimes it may be a mixture of retaining and then bringing in from outside kind of labor force that we need. Thank you.
Sujus Masa, Your Excellency President Simona. So we've heard solutions based around regional certification, the importance of vocational training, and the Honorable, Your Excellency President Simona just reinforced the recommendation of having a regional education summit. So I heard my time is up. So this is the start of a conversation, definitely not the end. I will see you all in about another 40 minutes or so for another roundtable on economic development. Sujus Masi to you all. Let's continue the convo. Sujus Masi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cooper. That was, I think, a very productive 45 minutes. But you're right, we were just starting these conversations, and hopefully we can move it on to, like President Simna said, into the education summit arena also concerning education.
Most definitely. Thank you so much, Governor. We're going to continue now with our next group, committee presentation. And as Dr. Cooper mentioned, we'll be back with another roundtable. Next time, we'll be discussing the economy. Ooh, fun. Yeah, that's the good stuff. For now, please welcome for our Committee on Trade from the Guam Economic Development Authority, Ms. Mel Mindiola. Oh, I'm so sorry. From tourism, please welcome our representative on tourism.
Today I'm not Mel, but I'll try to do as great as a job as her. All right, Hafaday, let's prepare for a good day one ending by some re-energizing. So let me get a Biba MIF. Biba. Biba MIF. Biba. All right, Biba 1 Micronesia. Biba. All right, thank you. I want to call upon my fellow committee members of the Regional Tourism Committee. I know they're in the back. They're kind of shy, but I want to acknowledge them. Bermans from the FSM, Ms. Rita Nauta from Guampedia, Yumo from PVA, Mario from CVB, and I know Thomas Kim from MVA is somewhere around here. We want to acknowledge them as well. We also have a special gift that's going around. It's a Micronesia publication of all the beautiful islands of Micronesia, so please accept our gift. And without further ado, I have 15 minutes, I think. So, 10 minutes. Oh my gosh, we have an issue here. We have an issue with that. Hafaday, Tiro, Ali, Lenwa, Mogathin, Castelelia, Rananim, Yokwe, and Ikamawir Omo. Good morning, esteemed guests from all around the region. My name is Mark Maglonia. I am the Vice Chair of the PATA, which is Pacific Asia Travel Association, Micronesia Chapter. On behalf of our chairman, Mr. Kadoy Rulikit from Palau, who can't be here today, it is my honor to speak to this esteemed body on the work that our committee has done. The Regional Tourism Committee is comprised of PATA Micronesia. And so, without further ado, just to give you, for those not familiar with PATA, it is the largest travel association in the Asia-Pacific region. So if I can have your attention to the screen for a quick 2-minute video. Let me pause that. Can we get the audio to work, please? Are we good to go? Okay, sorry. It's kind of awkward. I was told it would work. All right, let me proceed. I don't have much time. And we'll have the video available and the presentation as well. The Pacific Asia Travel Association, like I mentioned, is the largest travel association in Asia Pacific. It is the catalyst for responsible tourism promotion in the Asia Pacific region. And PATA Micronesia chapter is one of over 40 chapters around the world. And so we are very proud to be part of this association. Leading the chapter is the executive board, chaired by Mr. Kadoy Rulikit, myself as the vice chair, Ms. Rita Nauta from Guampedia as secretary, Dr. John Rivera as our treasurer, Dr. Annette Santos, alternate board member, and Ms. Paula Monk, who is our immediate past chair. The chapter is comprised of 5 working committees that ensure that the goals and objectives of our chapter is pushed forward. These are the marketing committees, education, culture, heritage, and environment, membership, and public relations. So as you can see, our chapter, and correction on Mr. Tim Mamagan, he's from actually Pohnpei. Our chapter is represented by all of Micronesia. All right, for the updates from the last MIF, the leaders of the region have endorsed the following: the expansion of member participation in triennial meetings, expansion of the committee's scope of work to include chapters committees, support a cooperative approach in promoting tourism on a regional level, support of PATA Micronesia chapter initiatives to conduct trainings and seminars throughout the region, action by each jurisdiction to join the Pacific Tourism Organization, and jurisdiction efforts to improve and enhance tourism destinations. Our chapter has since reconvened in-person chapter meetings, starting off with one in Palau that was very well attended. It was held in Palau in March of 2023. The second meeting was held in Majuro in September 2023, and more recently in Saipan in the CNMI in March of 2024. So thank you to all the island hosts from the past. that have provided a wonderful opportunity to experience your island and culture. Part of our chapter committee meetings include working sessions, and in these sessions, each of the committees address concerns by the membership. So we do our best to make sure that at each of these meetings that we entertain concerns and questions and ideas that can help move us forward. Third endorsement is the support of cooperative approach in promoting tourism on a regional level. The photos depict some of the shows that we attend internationally, whether as a region or individually, but even though we may attend some of these shows individually, we all have the common understanding that we're promoting Micronesia as well. And so this is just to show you just a few of the many shows that we attend internationally in Asia Pacific, in shows in Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Malaysia, Singapore, and all over Asia. For the first time this year since the pandemic, Palau, the Marianas, and Guam exhibited under the Micronesia Pavilion at the recent consumer show held in Singapore, which is a dive show. The chapter took it upon itself to look at how we promote ourselves internationally. In the past, Guam will be on this corner, you have Palau on that corner, you have Marianas in this corner, and we're kind of hidden in between all the larger destinations around the world. And we thought, how do we stand out more? And this is where the collaborative approach of a One Micronesia Pavilion came about. And on a recent dive show in Japan, many of our destinations make up the top 10, top 15 dive destinations. Palau #1, CNMI #2, Guam #12, and Micronesia #15. So round of applause to all our beautiful destinations for a great work. Coming up in August is the Pacific Asia Travel Association PATA Travel Mart, which is a very key signature business-to-business event that provides opportunities for destinations to meet with decision makers and travel agents. So to the leaders, we ask that you encourage and support your national and state tourism organizations in their plans to help join and promote Micronesia. Aside from Asia Pacific, we attend shows in the US mainland, whether it's through the tourism board or our partners. And I'm gonna have to speed this up. I have 3 minutes left and maybe 15 more slides, so we'll try to get through this. Our chapter also boasts a well-rounded website, which is an all-inclusive information of Micronesia. It also ranks the top 10 in searches that involve travel and Micronesian keywords, so it's a wonderful tool to help promote regional promotion. We want to continue to ask the leaders to help support the chapter through their NTOs and STOs. As a chapter, we also provide training opportunities in all the different islands. We work with SBDC, the universities, colleges, and other key professionals to provide trainings that's needed in all the different islands. The fifth endorsement is to join the Pacific Tourism organization. To date, we have four islands, FSM, RMI, Nauru, and Kiribati. So our goal is to try and encourage more members to be part of PTO. And lastly, jurisdiction efforts to improve and enhance tourism destinations. So we want to continue to work together, experience and learn about each of the different islands through our chapter meetings, and help each other improve what we have to offer. Let me just show this slide. As you can see on the slide, we have arrivals from 2019 to 2024 year to date, which shows total arrivals into Micronesia. In 2019, the region of Micronesia, and I apologize, the numbers do not include Nauru and Kiribati, received over 2.2 million arrivals. In 2021, I believe it was just shy of 80,000, which is an all-time low. And in 2023, we reached about 900,000. So we are still, as a region, 60% shy of pre-pandemic numbers. So this is a big thing we need to be aware of. And we need your support in our tourism committee to help drive these numbers back up. I have 1 minute left. Emerging issues. Slow resumption of tourism is the main issue. Disruption of the tourism industry supply chain. Weakening of the currency in key markets. Lack of air connectivity to and from the region. the need to upskill the industry workforce, increase competition in Asia and around the world, and regional, global, and environmental threats. I will skip the rest of the presentation, but the slides will be available to everyone. But I want to close up with a few more words. In charting our course forward as a region, it is imperative that we work together, connecting our blue continent as we are one Micronesia. Unique to any other destination, the least known, located in the largest and deepest ocean and host to rich and diverse ancient cultures, natural environments, and experiences. As descendants of remarkable ancient seafarers, the first in the history of mankind to make an open ocean voyage and remote settlement about 4,000 years ago, we can navigate our blue continent towards sustainable development through preservation and promotion of Micronesia's unique cultural heritage and environment, supporting preservation and perpetuation efforts and balance with modernity. The tourism industry paradigm shift to local and authentic and move towards community-based tourism presents a great opportunity. So let's all work together. Thank you. Sorry, any questions? Thank you.
All right, let's get a round of applause one more time for Mr. Mark Miglonia. He knows how to keep within the time limit. Love that. Our next presenter will also try to do the best, but you know what? She's got a lot to talk about as well. Committee of Trade. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker, please welcome Ms. Mel Mendiola.
Hafide and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Guam, honored guests. My name is Melanie Mendiola, and I'm representing the newest committee, the Committee on Trade. So the Committee on Trade was formed last year. It is so new that we are still recruiting new members. We currently have 3, including myself. The other 2 are Peter Aten and Florian Yatelman from the FSM. And so we are certainly welcoming new members. All right. Rather than go back to the update since our creation just 12 months ago, I thought that it would be wise to apprise you of some of the regional trade activities that have been occurring since the 24th meeting, which was in 2019. The 4 key areas that we've been working on have been small cruise ship, commercial aquaculture, subsea cables, as well as small business support. And I thought that by sharing what we've been doing for the last 5 years, it will help to kind of frame your thoughts. And as you make decisions to move forward strategically, you can look at what we've been doing and say, okay, this is the direction I'd like to organize and see us press forward collectively. The Small Cruise Ship Working Group. So the Small Cruise Ship Working Group in 2019 came together with members from Guam, the Northern Marianas, Palau, Yap, Chuuk, Pohnpei, Marshall Islands, and Kosrae, all of whom participated. They were not part of the working group, however, all of these different representative islands participated in a regional survey in 2019. What we discussed were port capabilities, how deep your port was, how ready your port was to accept cruise ship passengers. We discussed customs and immigration, visitors attractions, and business support. All of this was then populated into a large matrix, which we could then utilize as a planning document going forward. This culminated in the preparation of an application to the U.S. Economic Development Administration for a regional cruise ship study, and this was really to assess the cost of readying our respective islands to receive small cruise ships. So small cruise ships, unlike your large cruise ships, are more of an expeditionary nature, the kind you'll see in places like Alaska to go and visit the glaciers and look at the whales, right? Of course, they come to our islands to look at the marine life. So what we wanted to do was to have convenings and site assessments relative to planning towards this effort. But of course, we all know what happened in 2020 with the COVID-19 pandemic. The cruise industry was at a standstill, and of course, the small cruise ship industry as well. In addition, all of our islands were closed to a great extent, so forward movement on this was stalled for a number of years. We have, however, begun discussion with the U.S. Economic Development Administration to kind of start this up again. So if this is something that you'd like to see continue, please certainly include this in your discussions. Commercial aquaculture. This is a very interesting and this is probably our favorite new industry to work on. A feasibility for commercial aquaculture was completed in 2021, where we see Micronesia is as the undersea nursery of the world. The biodiversity in the Pacific Ocean and in our region is similar to the biodiversity in the Amazon rainforest, no? And so with that, we didn't think that Guam or any of our respective islands would be, nobody here, we were not trying to be the world's largest producer of tilapia or the world's largest producer of shrimp, but rather special delicacies could be grown, cultivated, researched in the islands, and then exported. Maybe this could be the leading regional export, regional export. So as an example, what we learned from this project was that there were a number of projects going on around us. There's a rabbitfish project going on in Pohnpei. There's a giant clams project going on in Kosrae. And Guam certainly does not lead the way when it comes to the research and innovation with regard to aquaculture. However, we do have the infrastructure from the perspective of flights coming in and out of Guam. So all of this culminated with a large grant application to the US EDA in 2021 entitled the Pacific Regional Blue Economy Proposal. We listed MIF as a main coalition partner and received a letter of support dated October 15th, 2021. Other partners included Aquaculture Technologies of the Marshall Islands, College of Land, COM, MERIP, Palau Mariculture, Palau Aquaculture, Biota, etc. And these are all coalition partners where we said we wanted to move forward regionally to develop this industry as opposed to one by one. It would take quite a while for any one island to try to press this forward. We did not get the grant, but more on that later as I will talk about how to advocate going forward. Undersea cables. Google announced 2 subsea cables to Guam and 1 to the Northern Marianas as part of its Pacific Connect initiative. This is the most significant infrastructure to make its way to Guam, but we're still at the earliest stages of exploration as to how we can maximize the regional opportunities with our undersea cables. There are speculations concerning trunk lines. So here we are lucky enough to have the cables coming to Guam. However, to access more remote islands and locations, we've seen numbers thrown around from anywhere from 20 million to 50 million. However, we do see much potential similar to the railroad tracks before the train makes its way through. Some suggestions have included cybersecurity, education, and healthcare applications with regard to these undersea cables. Lastly, small business support. Since the 24th, small businesses from Guam and the Northern Marianas have joined forces at ASD Market Week in Las Vegas in 2022 to showcase the goods of our small businesses. Guam hosted Taking the Leap, a virtual conference concerning export, and it brought together participants from Guam, the Northern Marianas, and Hawaii. It was done virtually, but this year we're planning to do it live. This conference on export also included like the Amazon of Korea called Kupang, like coupon with an A-N-G, Kupang. There were 3 trade missions to Palau from Guam to promote exchange in small business commercial offerings. One of the greatest outcomes of our trade missions to Palau is exchange in places like Palau so entrepreneurship happening all throughout the islands, and how can we support each other in those efforts. So some recommendations as to next steps for our fledgling committee. The U.S. Economic Development Administration has been one of the most viable sources of funding for economic development projects relative to those subjects those industries that we discussed. However, they define regional as domestic only, so Northwest region, Washington, Oregon, right? Southeast region, North Carolina, South Carolina. Our region is considered Guam and the Northern Marianas. So when we went in with that extensive application for this beautiful Pacific Blue Economy program, we got a big fat no, in part because they said it was limited regional involvement. I said, how can there be really limited regional involvement? We've got all the islands going on here. But it's because USEDA, as a bureau of the Department of Commerce, is not, it looks at Guam, Guam and the Northern Marianas as territories and separate from the nations of the Republic of Palau, FSM, and Republic of Marshalls. We'd like to revisit, to finish that story. So Governor Leon Guerrero said, you made a big mistake, okay? And you guys need to rethink how you do your project, how you fund these projects, and we're gonna come back to you, we're gonna ask for money again. And they said, yes, ma'am. So, we'll see how that goes. Yes, Gov? We want to revisit our relationship with airlines, but I know that you will hear extensively from the Transportation Committee, so I won't go too much into that. But really to assess a budget for a cohesive pilot project in regional trade to benefit all industries. Undersea cables, collective priority setting. So if you, the chiefs, can come together and tell us our priorities are cybersecurity, trunk access, et cetera, and we can utilize that to make plans, look for resources, and develop a 5-year regional business strategy. These are some of our recommendations. And for next steps, it'd be nice to have a trade-driven convening once a year so that I can recruit as many members to the committee for the next meeting as possible. And also to recruit members from the private sector, technology, banking, transportation, and other industries that have a vested interest in seeing our economies move forward. And the Trade Committee should have a sub-focus on identifying grant funding towards different initiatives. Guam, we specialize in things that like the USEDA, USDA, but I know there's a number of other sources, including the World Bank or Asia Development Bank, et cetera. So that's about all I have. Thank you very much and have a great rest of conference.
There are cookies outside in case anybody would like some cookies. They're right outside this door. Just saw myself. They're so good. So good. At this point, I'd like to welcome up our next speaker representing our Transportation Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the Deputy Director of the Guam International Airport, Dr. Ricky Hernandez.
Thanks for that applause. Well, half a day and good afternoon. My name is Ricky Hernandez, as Cal mentioned. I'm the Deputy Executive Manager of the Guam International Airport Authority. Just waiting for this slide. And as we're waiting, I'm honored and humbled to be presenting on behalf of the Regional Transportation Committee as represented by the individuals that you will see up on the slide. But in person, we did have a few members, and although transportation, a lot of focus on air transportation, we did have maritime transportation involved as well. We are still continuing to recover post-pandemic, albeit at a slower pace than the rest of the world. And as updates that we'll hopefully soon see shortly, last year during the 25th MIF, the Asia Pacific Airlines had actually halted flying, but has since been reconvened serving islands with cargo flights. And additionally, the United States Department of Transportation, they also granted an exemption in September 2023 to Nauru Airlines to include engaging in scheduled foreign air transportation of persons, property, and mail between Nauru and Guam via the intermediate points of Tarawa, Majuro, and Pohnpei. The Guam International Airport Authority stands ready to process the local landing permit at our airport once Nauru Airline prepares to service the island. And the Guam Airport is extremely supportive of this endeavor. Actually, a bunch of our board members during our board meetings typically bring that up as a talking point as well. And so we stand ready to ensure that that landing permit, once service does decide to start, we'll be able to process that quickly. And additionally, this morning it was announced that Nauru Airlines will be providing direct service between Palau and Brisbane, Australia. Okay. The FSM has also established a national airline task force to explore domestic air services needs of its nation and take stock of related issues of management, operations, infrastructure, and identify funding sources that are associated with providing air services and to explore ways to improve air services throughout the FSM states and the neighboring islands of the nation. If the slide does come up, emerging issues that we've identified. For emerging issues, the Regional Transportation Committee had heavy focus on the global aviation and the Pacific's goal for net zero carbon emissions by 2050. This has been represented by the International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, that's representing the civil aviation authorities, the Airports Council International, ACI, representing the airport sector, and the International Air Transport Association, IATA, representing airline operators. Additionally, the Pacific Islands Forum 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. There we go. There's no time. Okay. Yeah, so the PIF's Forum's 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent also adopted this 2050 goal. The Regional Transportation Committee believes that this is an increasingly important goal that aligns with the entire aviation and maritime industry. Additionally, there are increasing funding opportunities available from external organizations such as the Asian Development Bank and World Bank that have distinct focus on climate change action and adaptation that can aid in the continued development of air and maritime infrastructure and workforce development and training. Another emerging issue discussed was the need for establishing new and improved air and maritime transportation services to remote inhabited islands. It is important that we do not forget that air and maritime services are just as important to those living in remote islands as they are elsewhere. The use of optional aircraft technology should be considered in establishing access to all islands, whether it be through amphibious aircraft, such as seaplanes, vertical takeoff and landing, or VTOLs aircraft, or drones for cargo and medicine, for example. From the seaport perspective, especially on Guam, the acquisition of key capital assets, such as the STS, or the ship-to-shore gantry cranes, is imperative as Guam serves as a key shipping hub in Micronesia. U.S. federally funded assets also require Build America and Buy America requirements, and an exemption to this would be beneficial for the Port Authority of Guam as the region's transshipment hub. Getting into recommendations or requests of our MIF leaders. In terms of recommendations of our MIF leaders, similar to last year, fostering an attractive and sustainable air and maritime transportation environment is imperative to increasing transportation services to the region and more competitive airline fares. Promoting and pursuing investment of resources from internal and external sources to improve and build upon existing infrastructure is paramount to attracting transportation services. Training and building up human resource capacity is key to being able to undertake the specialized work that comes with this increased transportation need. Continuing to encourage government support among the different jurisdictions, which may include incentives-based approaches, will be needed, especially because of the focus by our distinguished leaders this morning relative to air transportation issues and airfare costs. Due to the low economies of scale based on the traveling residents of the island, slow tourism recovery, and the impact of infrastructure and workforce constraints, there is an obvious need to increase competition through new airline service, but taking a look at the underlying reasons airlines may not find it profitable to fly in this region is key to determining actions moving forward. What parts of the airline cost structure can be addressed such that we can further refine our decisions for increasing air service? There have been recent studies and reports by the Pacific Regional Infrastructure Facility that provide recommendations that could support increasing air services to Micronesia. Such examples include looking into airline collaboration agreements and partnerships, which may involve code share arrangements as well as a hub concept, where an agreement between airlines can take the form of collaboration in areas like procurement, training, aircraft leasing, and maintenance. Additionally, increasing aircraft service type by improving airfield infrastructure and technology offerings was also discussed. Though such recommendations require further review and research and discussion within the committee. And so we'll be looking into that a bit more, especially from that studies that the Pacific Regional Infrastructure Facility had published. Furthermore, pursuing cabotage exemptions, such as between Guam and the CNMI, may assist in attracting international airlines and injecting competition into existing air services, thereby potentially lowering airfare costs. The committee also recommends to commit to a net zero carbon emissions in transportation sector by 2050 and consider pursuing funding opportunities that align with those goals. When we talk about different transportation goals in both air and maritime transportation, the committee believed that goals must be distinct but collaborative, meaning that each member jurisdiction should have their own internal goals, then we can work regionally and then internationally. The creation of a Micronesian Aviation Leaders Association and a Micronesian Maritime Leaders Association would aid in much more frequent meetings to discuss such goals and form such policies. These groups would work to promote the improvement of infrastructure and workforce development through collaboration and coordination and mutual assistance among member jurisdictions. And we've seen that with some of these regional organizations such as PATA, PIHOA, and the work that's been done. Currently, there are aviation-related work groups, but they're not official, and they usually happen during training sessions. From the seaport perspective, it was recommended to consider participation in the International Association of Ports and Harbors. Additionally, because of the Port Authority of Guam's strategic importance to neighboring island nations as a transshipment hub of the region, support of MIF leadership is requested for its continued pursuit of funding support for its STS gantry cranes and other key assets. With next steps are just to create those two associations for aviation and maritime leaders and consider participation in these international organizations. During our meetings, it was mentioned that land transportation also be a consideration in one of the committees, which may make sense for this committee. Lastly, member jurisdictions should continue to pursue external funding and financing opportunities with external organizations such as ADB, World Bank, and the IMF. Where they are eligible to do so, or through the United States federal government via agencies such as the Federal Aviation Administration or MERID. Lastly, through either the committee or newly created associations, we would like to continue to review existing research and studies for applicability in developing recommendations for increased air service and hopefully therefore leading to lower airfare costs. On behalf of the Regional Transportation Committee, I hope I represented them well. And thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Any comments or questions to Ricky? I think Vice President.
Thank you for that report. I was just wondering, and maybe the Micronesian leaders are here. Has there ever been a study or a research into whether a regional airline like Micronesian Airlines for this region has ever been undertaken? A study or?
Well, that's a good question, and I hope I can answer that. I know that in the studies that we were looking at as a committee through the Pacific Regional Ability, funded by ADB and done by the Pacific Aviation Safety Office, there was the study that was referenced in the presentation involved a look at the airline specifically, the Association of South Pacific Airlines, and which includes those in other Pacific countries outside of Micronesia, and talked about how airlines can collaborate, because we talk one side of the government, what the government can provide, whether they be passenger service obligations like the United States has the essential air service, but other places like in Europe have similar strategies that government can provide incentives or direct subsidies, but we don't necessarily talk so much about the airline side and what we can do in their cost structure to determine how can we, because the impetus behind providing incentives is really to lower costs for airlines. But what are those cost structures that airlines look at, whether they're United States airlines, regional or national airlines? and see what that cost structure is, and how do we, from a policy perspective, lower those costs through policy. Because there might, but also keeping in mind that safety and security is of utmost importance, and following ICAO standards and recommended practices. But we're looking into some more of these things. There was a recent study by PRIF that involved the airline hub recommendation that we're also looking at to see how that's applicable to the Micronesian Islands. And I think in terms of what we can glean from those reports that are more Pacific-oriented, broader Pacific-oriented, what can we glean from those that can be specific to Micronesia?
Maybe one of the recommendations would be to research the possibility of having a regional Micronesian airlines. And maybe we can ask the committee to do that.
Certainly, we'll bring that back to the committee, for sure.
Madam Chair, can I just?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I do not profess to be an expert in this space, but air service is an obvious issue for all of us, because without it, we won't be able to get around in this region. But it is one of the greatest driver of cost for all of us here. And we, collectively as governments in the region, we're probably the highest spender when it's come to air travel. And I think we have that leverage collectively in trying to bargain lower airfare costs in the region. And there is a resolution that we propose, RMI, and I think it also encapsulates what the chairperson is actually attributing to, and also what Governor of CNMI attributed to earlier. And I encourage all of us to, I don't know if that's been disseminated to the members, but I think this is something that we need to look at, because there is really a monopoly in this market, and we need to break that monopoly. Otherwise, these guys are going to milk us. Thank you.
Great. And if I may just add to the comment, I think in terms of the discussion of incentivizing and finding some ability to increase competition, we hope that that drives that down. I haven't had the opportunity to review the resolution myself, but I know that the collective effort of the region will help to alleviate potentially some of the airfare costs. But we know that increasing tourism, increasing the economies of scale will allow for airfare costs to reduce, but it's just a matter of now trying to work that through from the different tourism markets to see how we can put more passengers into the supply chain of the airlines, so that they could find that I guess that comfort to have more flights and then reduce costs overall. But thank you.
I just want to make one comment also. I think one of the biggest obstruction to our transportation here is the cabotage. And so as collective members of this organization, and also as that you as island sovereign nations have a very strong power to lobby for that in Congress, through the State Department, to the Department of Transportation. So maybe we can figure out a strategy to, like David was saying, the strength of all of our government consumption is significant. And so I was thinking maybe we could also work at what strategy do we need to do, and it has to be an aggressive strategy, and to exempt from cabotage here. I know already cargo is exempted from cabotage, but passengers are not. So if they can exempt cargo, then maybe they will also consider, especially if we unite as a strong voice to Congress and the Department of Transportation. And Ricky, can you also look at maybe working out something with us for maybe a strategy suggestion?
Yes, definitely, Governor.
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you.
Go now before they ask you more questions. Whew. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Ricky Hernandez. Thank you, sir. And I'm also going to start a GoFundMe to start an airline for here in Micronesia. And there's a lot of rich people here today, so I expect some donations, please. Thank you. Really quickly, we are ahead of schedule, and our governor and chairperson for today's meeting would like us to take a quick break, which will be great for us. As I mentioned, there are freshmen out there and some snacks so you can get refueled. If you are going to stay in the room, that's perfectly fine. We'll be back in 5 minutes to continue this Micronesian Islands Forum here on Guam. Thank you. Take us through the report on oceanic resources. Please welcome the Director of the Guam Department of Agriculture, Ms. Chelsea Munya.
Half a day and good morning, everybody. Oh, good afternoon. Sorry, I've been here for a while. Thank you for having me present, and welcome to all of our visiting sisters and brothers and dignitaries from our neighboring islands. In addition to the Commission on Trade or Committee on Trade being new, as is the Committee on Oceanic Resources. The Oceanic Resources Committee was created during the 25th MIF. So we have our participants that came and contributed to this presentation, which I'm about to give today. And I'd like to thank everybody who contributed. We were very new. We had to figure out which direction to take this and then flesh through all of our content to ensure that we had something substantive to provide for you today. So since the 25th MIF, and since we're very new and a baby committee, we had our first meetings during the preparation for the 26th MIF. We held our first meetings together last week at the Guam Community College, and we identified potential priority topics that we'd like to offer you for guidance to provide to our committee in terms of what you would like us to pursue and continue pursuing, or if you'd like to see change. So the emerging issues that we all agreed on and came to consensus about include marine debris, IUU fishing, deep sea mining, and climate change impacts. So we will discuss each of these with just some a brief overview for you. With regard to marine debris, we're all familiar, being from the islands, that plastics, metals, rubber, textiles, derelict vessels, and derelict fishing gear are issues that plague all of our beaches and our communities. However, in addition to those aforementioned items, we also would like to point out or raise for your consideration the harmful algal blooms that can arise from the overuse of nitrogen and phosphorus. These algal blooms can become toxic and kill the fish within our nearshore reef fisheries, and can be stimulated by the overuse for plants that we also sometimes partake in different islands if we have an agricultural community as well. And what we will also touch on later with regard to marine debris is the potential harmful liquid substances from World War II vessels and shipwrecks that are now prone to leakage into our ocean environments and ecosystems, as is facing the island of Chuuk in the lagoon with a shipwreck that is quickly breaking down and has the potential to flood the waters with up to 1 million gallons of harmful liquids. Oh, not yet. With regard to IUU fishing, as mentioned by President Semina earlier, it is the illegal, underreported or unreported and unregulated fishing that raises concerns regarding the potential impact to food security and economic growth for each of the islands. And this committee seeks to work in alignment together through our various memberships, which include the WCPFC, the IATTC, the PNA, and the FFA. The WCPFC is the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission. The IATTC is the Inter-America Tuna Trade Commission. PNA is the parties to Nauru Agreement, and the FFA is the Foreign Fisheries Agency. So collectively and through our various memberships in these different groups, we would like to support protecting our islands and our islands' fisheries and economies using opportunities provided through these memberships, such as the Tuna Transparency Pledge, which President Semina also mentioned, and the enhanced shipwrighter agreements with the U.S. Coast Guard, which nearly all of the membership of MIF is a party to. And then the next issue that rose was the deep sea mining. And this is something that has become more of a conversation of concern for all parties involved in recent years with a rapidly expanding interest in exploiting deep sea bottom materials, which include polymetallic or manganese nodules, cobalt crusts, and volcanic vent materials, all of which occur within our exclusive economic zones in Micronesia and adjacent international areas. The UN Convention of the Law of the Sea established the International Seabed Authority as an autonomous international organization with jurisdiction over international seabed areas, ocean floors, and subsoil beyond the limits of the jurisdictions, so outside of each of our respective EEZs. Within the ISA, there was also a sub-council created, which is the ISA Council that has begun drafting exploitation regulations of the mining code since 2018. And in recent years, since 2022, 24 countries, to include the FSM and Palau, joined the Alliance of Countries for Deep Sea. MIF leaders have successfully used the observer status on the ISA Council to submit regulation recommendations, but there is still much work to do, and regional governments are developing legal frameworks for exploitation within their respective EEZs. Collectively, this conversation still needs to happen within our islands about whether perspectives have changed since the initiation of the first draft regulations in 2018 and now in 2023. So this is of utmost importance and consideration, as the ISA is also considering the exploitation applications. And this is an opportunity for great economic development, but must be balanced with the potential ecosystem impact to our fisheries. And lastly, with climate change impacts. It's been mentioned numerous times already today, and there's a lot to consider. For the Committee on Oceanic Resources, two of the aspects of climate change that we were considering were the warming of the water temperatures, as well as the rising sea levels. The warming of water temperatures impacts both our nearshore coral reef fisheries as well as pelagic fisheries, and this is of great concern to us all. Elevated water temperatures have triggered months of coral bleaching events, killing off entire colonies and habitats home to the fish that we all eat as part of our culture. And this habitat reduction is compounded by fishing pressures of our own communities for both subsistence and commercial purposes. So coral bleaching leads to reducing the habitat, which negatively impacts the spawning potential for all of our coral reef fish. To address this, resource managers have encouraged pelagic fishing. And now, new research is showing and indicates that with the warmer ocean temperatures, pelagic fish are also becoming harder to catch for each of our islands as the fish migrate further westward with La Nina and further eastward, or further east with El Nino. The warming sea temperatures are proving to be a challenge to all of our fisheries, whether we're going near our shores or out into the open ocean areas in our EEZs. An additional concern, in addition to the sea temperature warming, is the sea level rise, as this has a potential to impact RMI's Runit Dome, which sits at sea level. The dome encapsulates 73,000 cubic meters of radioactive debris, including some plutonium. And there is concern over our ability, concern over the ability of the dome to withstand submersion and radioactive material leaching into our marine environment. Collectively, Micronesia lacks a regional approach to address the hazardous wastes. And we also lack the capacity to monitor and mitigate these threats. So lastly, the Committee on Oceanic Resources recommendations to our MIF leaders is to provide guidance on the priority issues that we have identified. Are these issues that you feel we should be putting our attention to and researching further or seeking solutions collectively? And additionally, our second request, since we are such a newbie committee and are still trying to form our framework, is to provide funding for a coordinator or consultant to help us formulate the terms of reference or framework and to develop a strategic plan so that we can then identify specific activities that we can implement or initiate before each MIF gathering. And with that, we are done with our presentation. So Sudhir Masian, thank you. And I want to point out, I was exactly on time and ended at 0.
I just want to follow up on your guidance requests, right? I don't know what the other leaders are thinking, but I think we should tell this committee to proceed with those recommendations or those steps to mitigate some of these emerging issues that are coming up, because there are very serious issues. I don't know if anyone else wants to
Guide us through it, the return of Dr. Ken Cooper from the University of Guam.
Sijus Masi, Hafade again, leaders. It's good to be back. I have half a question prepared this time. No, I'm just joking. Okay, so we just heard from Ocean Resources Committee, so maybe we'll have a question on that since it's fresh in our minds. So at last year's Micronesian President's Summit, Fijian Prime Minister Rambuka said that Micronesia continues to be trailblazers and leaders in climate and ocean advocacy and are the largest custodians of the Blue Pacific. So given the fact that Micronesia is a custodian of such a large part of our blue continent, what executable actions should be taken to both maximize protection of the ocean and maximize economic opportunity? How do we exert influence commensurate with our size as a subregion? The floor is yours, leaders. Anyone like to tackle that question first? Honorable Governor.
Let me just take a crack at it and maybe elicit some comments. So Prime Minister Rabuka is Prime Minister of Fiji now. And wasn't he making that statement in regards to the chairmanship of either PIF or FFA? PIF, right?
Yeah, and so essentially, there may be, definitely reasons why he said it, but we have it on record that he said that. So how do we run with that? And as a subregion, if the rest of Oceania hopefully is acknowledging that strong role, how do we exert influence that's commensurate with that? But also, what is the balance between, when it comes to our ocean, economic development and opportunity with protection of the ocean? Because I know this is something that's very debatable, particularly issues as deep sea mining, right? So there's a lot going on this issue.
Micronesian areas, to some extent, Guam and the Commonwealth and American Samoa as participating territories are members of regional bodies, WCPFC, for example. We're trying to get into PIFs. Sometimes we get invited to FAA, Fisheries Forum, FFA. Micronesia actually has a lot of power and should exercise those, and I'm hoping that in the very near future, the rest of Polynesia and Melanesia will begin to recognize that it is also our time to rise to that and lead also in a lot of this Pacific Island, Pacific region, Oceanic decision making, and take our place also in leadership role in regards to the policies that drive Oceania. Thank you.
Just Mossy, Honorable Governor. Governor Leon Guerrero.
I think we need to be very cognizant of what's going around in our waters. I don't know, but for me, I don't know if there is deep sea mining in our waters, in our EE economic zone area. people might just come out there without any permission or anything because, like Chelsea said, there's no regulation. And that, fishing is a very important part of our economy. So we need to protect that. But even beyond that, I think if we together in one voice, as united and strong, make our voices heard to those agencies or international organizations or governments or whatever the case may be, to prevent these kinds of things from happening. It just comes to mind about, I remember a situation where I think it was President Biden who declared areas in islands that I think south of American Samoa, and that they prevented people from fishing because he was going to turn it into some kind of historic marine preservation. And the governor of CNMI, myself, and the governor of American Samoa wrote a letter. And I think they're kind of delaying that kind of announcement now. But just that, I think to me, is a demonstration that if we work together to prevent those kinds of things happening that really compromise our waters and our marine ecology and our marine environment and the wealth of our marine resources, we have a stronger voice. And again, I have to just emphasize again the importance of island sovereign nations in the global environment and in world politics, in the UN and also in these strong countries. And I think sometimes we underestimate our power as a united group. So that might be one way. And then through this MIF organization, be that route.
Jesus Masi, Honorable Governor, Honorable Vice President.
In responding to the statement that you've read, it is true that Micronesia and the Pacific have the resources or preservation, conservation of our oceans. So as you know, Palau had the Palau National Marine Sanctuary. And now moving into the Blue Pacific Prosperity, which is more of the marine spatial planning, whereas you close off 30%, but it's 100% manageable, thereby allowing for economic gains from our waters. So we have been at the forefront of really conservation and protection of the environment, but also being able to realize economic, sustainable economic benefits from it. But in this, in talking about IUU and the different threats that we see in our EEZ, I'd like to recognize the joint heads of Pacific Security with Ambassador Rochelle Turner here of Australia. There is that, it's a regional meeting of the maritime officers, immigration. I think you all came to Palau, was it last year? There's another meeting coming up. And this is for people who are on the front line of defending really entry into our jurisdictions. But with regards to IUU, we've continued to be a big threat in our waters. So we need to continue to be able to prevent those IUU activities. Also, some bigger neighbors have been coming into Palau waters, really in a threatening type of manner, coming into the EEZ in the guise of research. So yeah, we need to be very, very vigilant in protecting our EEZs because they are really where our economic security, economic resilience is coming from our waters. But I just want to say I agree with the statement that was said, which you read.
Sejus Masi, Honorable Vice President. You know, you mentioned sort of all of these new geopolitical developments, and it seems like Micronesia is getting quite a lot of global attention. And so from great power into middle power investment in the region, I was wondering, as leaders, what do you expect from countries or international organizations that want to partner with us as a region on economic development? What have they been doing right, and what can be done better, you know, on a regional scale when we ask partners to help us in economic development? Any takers on this one?
May I be allowed to speak
Please,
again?
please.
We are very, very fortunate to have our diplomatic allies. We have Japan, we have Australia, we have Taiwan, we have the United States. The United States, with the recent amendments to the COFA that's gone into place, that really benefits us in our economic security. But we also receive a lot of support from our allies. I just want to point out that part of our development is also to be able to, with climate change, the number of storms and typhoons have really increased. So with Australia here, we've been able to partner up to support early evacuation when the storm is coming through. So each country has been very instrumental in helping Palau's economic security, but also in helping the growth of the nation. So there's a lot more, so many more the assistance that has supported Palau. So I just want to thank our partners. We have the Gadam patrol boat, the Ramalik patrol boat donated by Australia, Gadam by the Nippon Foundation of Japan, that is used to monitor surveillance, the EEZ of Palau. We also have the U.S. Coast Guard in Guam that assist us in doing search and rescue and going out. So, you know, SDG 17, partnership, partnership, partnership. That's how we're able to survive and have the resilience of a growing nation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. Any other? Oh, I can repeat the question. So, you know, just based off what the Honorable Vice President was saying, there's a lot of sort of renewed interest in our sub-region. And what do you all expect from countries or international organizations that want to partner on economic development? What has been going right? What are some of the challenges that need to be overcome? That's the general question, is on what our expectations are when people come into the region to want to partner on economic development.
Yeah.
Your Excellency?
Just I want to add to what the Vice President from Palau mentioned. I come from the perspective of looking at climate issue as a security issue for a lot of us. And our partners, I think, need to be cognizant of this very security issue for island nations. And as they support us economically, they also need to look at this, because each time there is an event, an inundation, for example, for me in the Marshall Islands, we spend a lot of money to restore the communities to the original state. And we would spend something like 2 million, 3 million. That's a lot of money for us. And so rather than spending that money to improve education and health and other areas that are necessary for the development of the country, we spend the money to restore our shores and our communities to the original state. And so I think our partners, the developed countries, need to be mindful of what they contribute to this climate change issue in terms of emission, in terms of use of fossil fuel, because we've been talking about this as a very important issue for us, as a security issue, especially for us in small island, low-level island, where we have no higher ground to move to. So I think this is a very important issue that our partners need to be, not just talk about helping us with monies over here, but then on the other side, this is, we can get millions of dollars from our partners. But if they continue to contribute to climate change issues to the emission level, that's not helping us in any way. So I guess that's my contribution to your question.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Give an opportunity for other leaders to respond. Your Excellency President Simina. Oh, his microphone.
Well, I just want to also follow suit, to follow my friends, Palau and RMI. And I begin, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, with the premise that for us, everything, huge chunk of our foreign policy starts with the Compact of Free Association. There is so much in there that will drive what we do in the next 20 years. So a lot of the happenings in the region, of course, we know the geopolitics. And that also attracts people or other countries or partners who want to come in and contribute to the development of our island countries. I will use example the Eastern Micronesian cable. When we proposed that, there was some dispute over who should be funding it, and we're grateful that it turned out that in the end, Australia, Japan, and US decided to fund it. So it's an ongoing project right now. But really, it is, I think it is a function of where we are at this time in terms of our relationship with our friends, our partners. And I believe going forward, it is us. It is us who will determine what will happen to us, each of us. Palau will determine, RMI will determine what happens, Guam, same with the FSM. It is us who will drive what will happen in the next 10, 20, 30 years. So I think what I'm trying to get at is it requires even more cooperation, more solidarity between, for example, members of MIF, because in this day and age, more cooperation, there is strength in numbers, there's strength in unity. So I think that's what we should always promote when it comes to all these different partnership or donations that we get. For example, Palau, RMI got so much assistance from Taiwan, while for us, we got so much assistance from the People's Republic of China. But my point is that all this assistance should go to building our infrastructure to protect us against the climate change problems. And those are the things I believe we should be focusing on. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Executing mutually beneficial agreements for economic development, right? Because we have Micronesian Presidents Summit, which is where the presidents of the sovereign countries get together, but Micronesian Islands Forum, it's sort of the leaders here are representing states, territories, commonwealths, and independent countries. And so how do you feel that unique configuration, what opportunities and what challenges may that present for regional plans on economic development? Of course, Honorable Governor.
So as I listen to our leaders here, and they're coming from a perspective of that they have now the power to have diplomatic relations with other countries. Guam and CNMI is different because we are not a sovereign island nation. and we are under the administering power of the United States. And in some ways, those are good benefits for that. In others, it can become a limiting force in terms of moving out into the world of economy. And so our drive towards self-determination must continue on. Otherwise, we are not going to be in the same kind of powerful level of negotiations into the global. That's one perspective and one concern and one discussions that we have throughout our island. The other is, your question about working with countries and in terms of partnership. We have a very good working relationship and partnership with the United States. And that's very beneficial for us in terms of financial aid, in terms of resources, in terms of working under the laws of the United States, which makes us, I think, much incentive for investors to come and invest on our island, because they would then have the protection of U.S. laws, which has been, considered very powerful in the world politics. So there are benefits from both perspectives. And this is something that we continue to discuss within our island about self-determination and what structure of self-determination and political status would our people decide on, whether it's, and there are only three, which is statehood, freely associated states, or independence. Status quo is not an option. And so we have a lot of education that we are doing towards educating our people on these three options, because we want to move forward with the decision. Because I think whatever route we go, it would give us a lot more direction on how we want to provide more for our economy. Our economy in Guam is very stable, and a lot of that is because of our working relationship and because of us being a U.S. territory through the United States. And of course, Guam, as we all know, is seen as the spear or the tip of the spear for national security and national interests here. And so that's why there's a lot of attention now to Guam in terms of fortifying the defense of the nation and the defense of Guam in the world politics and the geopolitical tensions that are happening very close to us. And so we are seen as the second chain of defense, second island chain of defense. Philippines is considered one, and then of course us. So the United States has a great stake in the islands that are geographically located that would allow them the opportunity and allow them the means to defend the United States. So, and of course, we have a history of war also, because we're right in the commerce chain of sea commerce. And so, if you go all the way back to our ancestors and how the Spaniards came, took over Guam, and then, fought and actually almost annihilated our race as a Chamorro, and Governor Palacios would agree. At one point, we were a one Marianas, which we were strong, and we had our own independence, and we had our own way to commerce and trade, and we were flourishing between the Marianas Islands, but then outside forces came to being, and then history is written. Of course, then the World War II, and so forth. And we do not want to experience another atrocity of conflict on our island. So we are in very close relationship with the United States. Our federal partners are very much supportive of us. What we require of them is to respect our culture, to respect our traditions, to respect our land, to respect our environment, to respect our waters and so forth. And, you know, there's this debate out there about increase of militarization in Guam and how is that going to affect our environment and so forth. And I have made it very, very clear to the Department of Defense that although we welcome the military buildup because of us wanting to be protected from the outside forces that at one point we weren't, and as a result we entered into, or not entered, but we were forced a war onto our island. And so it's very difficult as a leader to weigh all of that out, right? The balance between economy, balance about the consequences of progress, balance about consequences of westernization, how is that impacting our culture, our traditions, and how do we work hard to conserve and preserve all of that? In the main vein, how do we improve our economy and work with all these people so we can have a strong economy to provide the income and the means to our families, to provide for their families, and to make a better life in Guam. Very complicated kind of perspectives and thinking, and I think the best way to do it is just to have a very candid discussion. And I think, you know, I see MIF as one of those areas for candid discussions among us, given your level of control and power to your island versus our level in terms of where we are with our relationships. Yeah.
Honorable Governor Leon Guerrero. Maybe at this time, if we can ask some of the governors of the states of the Federated States of Micronesia, what do you see your role in this process of developing mutually beneficial agreements for economic development?
Thank you for making that clarification, because I could not answer with respect to this forum. But with Pohnpei, we will partner with partners that will help us achieve our economic goals set forth in our strategic development plan. Our strategic development plan will be the driving mechanism of where we would like to take Pohnpei to. So any partner that is willing to help us, willing partner to achieve those goals, strictly in conformity to our strategic development plan, we will accept. For those that are willing to come in and maybe invest, but may not necessarily agree with our strategic development plan, we will say, thank you, but no thank you. So that's for Pohnpei.
Honorable Governor. Honorable Governor from Chuuk.
I am not sure if I can respond to your post. It's kind of a tough one. But yes, we are glad and appreciative of all of these partnerships. Like the good Vice President said, partnership, partnership, partnership. We are very glad that we have all of this partnership through the Compact of Free Association, through People's Republic of China, through Taiwan, through all of these good support that we receive from outside our donor countries, international partners. But my question still remains, of all these partnerships that we've been talking about, who gets the better of the economic development? Is it us or them? So I guess that really question is going to be posed to us leaders of our region. It's a political will that we have to be bold on sometimes to get that advantage to improve our economic development. Because a lot of these things that I see that we gain a little bit of economic development, but most of that goes to the partnership. And so it's a political will that we need to work on and collaborative effort to make sure that we get a better end result. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. I think that's a very just sort of elucidating question that makes me think who gets the better of the economic development. So my next question would be, do you as leaders believe there is a regional safeguard mechanism that can be developed to ensure that any economic development is more balanced as to you see fit? Is there anything that can be done on a regional level? If there is already, how can it be enhanced? If there's not, what can be done to make sure that partnerships are not lopsided, as you mentioned, Honorable Governor? I know these are easy questions, but you know, just... we can save that one for
I think that's
Governor
a tough
Joseph.
one. In my personal view, I don't think there could be one mechanism for the region to accommodate all the different jurisdictions, because our needs are different, our goals are different, our strategic development plans are different. So I think it should be given to each jurisdiction to figure out. Because as I said, as long as these partnerships will help us achieve our goals within the framework of our strategic development plan, I'm happy. To the point where I may not even be too concerned if most of the benefit is with the partner, but as long as our goals are being met.
See, Honorable Governor. May I ask Special Envoy, sorry to put you in the spot, but you know, the rest of the jurisdictions presented here are affiliated in one way or another with the United States in a very close way. So how do you view your country, your government, getting more involved in regional Micronesian economic development cooperation amidst all of that?
Yes, thank you. First of all, as Pohnpei has highlighted, that each country is unique. Despite the foreign investors, foreign country, each country is just unique. You can't pinpoint one policy for, say, for example, FSM that can apply to Nauru or Palau if we to have a regional body or regional policy to work for security or etc. etc. That's just on top of my head. It's a very difficult one to tackle. So I think it's very premature for us to go that way. Thank you.
Okay, Sizu Smasi, Special Envoy. I think when we think about economic development then, and you know, with the sentiments that have just been raised, I guess what is needed for Micronesian sub-regional architecture? And I say this because reading through regionalism in Oceania, everyone always says, Melanesian Spearhead Group, very strong, right? Polynesian Leaders Group, a little bit weaker than MSG. And then they would go on to disparage Micronesia and say that Micronesian sub-regionalism is incredibly weak. Micronesian sub-regionalism is all about pragmatic needs of individual countries. And so I'm here to ask the hard question, what do you see as the current state of Micronesian sub-region? Oh my gosh, I just got the 1 minute sign. But what do you see as the current state of Micronesian sub-regionalism? Because I think that's important as we think about economic development as a sub-region. How do we as leaders, not we, I'm not a leader, but how do you as leaders feel about the state of Micronesian sub-regionalism today? What is needed? Maybe just some short responses. Honorable Vice President.
I think we show them at PIF. We are solid. There's solidarity in Micronesia, and I beg to differ. I think at this MIF this is the regional economic table that we come to and share our experiences. It's the sharing of experiences that we then take back into our jurisdictions and see if it can work. But this is where we come together as a region, compare notes, share our experiences, and see if what has been done in FSM, in RMI, in Nauru, can then be translated back in Palau. So we pick the best practices and bring it home. So this is where we come to the table, talk about it, and then discuss solutions, and then take them back home and apply them in our region, in our jurisdictions.
Masi, Honorable Vice President, I know we're at time, but I just want to say I absolutely agree with you. I think that, you know, Micronesian is a sub-region. There are perspectives out there that this sub-region is not integrated, but I think what we've seen today via these roundtables shows that we're willing to have honest conversations. Yes, where did I hear that? Yes, so a lot of academics from places, you know, I'm not going to name countries, but from certain places will write about sub-regionalism and just disparage or be like, but Micronesian sub-regionalism is like in proto-development. And so I want, like, proto-development, it's just not there yet. I want to write a response piece telling them about our experiences and saying, go correct that, please, because you're wrong. Yes, I will. Well, see, Masi, everybody, for this roundtable. Thank you for your time. Looking forward to our roundtable tomorrow.
Thank you very much. One more time, a round of applause, please, for Dr. Ken Cooper. He'll be back tomorrow. All right, we're just about ready to wrap up and adjourn for today. But just really quickly, I want to say thank you so much to everybody for coming on out. Let's get a round of applause one more time for our leaders, please. Yes. We also want to say thank you again to our amazing sponsors here. This year, we want to thank the Bank of Guam, the Local 2030 Islands Network, the Micronesian Challenge, and Taiwan. Everybody, a round of applause, please. And now I'll turn it back over to our chairperson and our Honorable Magahaga here on Guam for our official adjournment.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Wow, that was a really great discussion. I think we could have gone on forever, but we couldn't. But anyway, the life of the Micronesian Island Forum will continue on. And we will be the region, not the sub-region. Anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Cooper, for your facilitating all of these discussions. And so as we wrap up, we have really gone through a lot of information today, a lot of good information, a lot of good recommendations, got a lot of good ideas. I feel very productive as a Micronesian Islands Forum here. So I just want to say, thank you for everybody's discussions. Want to thank all the working committees for their hard work. And yes, please. I also want to thank, of course, Vanjie and Carlotta in being the co-chairs to get this thing going. And thank you so much. And all the University of Guam's Center Island for Sustainability for also coming in, and actually they're the ones that have done all these logistics here. Thank you very much, Kyle. Thank you for all that we have done here today to make this a successful day. And so I think it's time, or not right away, right? But we are going to have some drinks.
Yes,
and really, those are where the decisions are going to be made.
Definitely. If I can, everybody here is invited to our welcoming reception. It'll happen at 6 p.m. It was originally supposed to be down at the seaside deck, but because they're calling for rain tonight, we've decided to move it here into the lobby area. So after we adjourn, Gov, we'll give you guys about an hour or so. We'll meet back here at 6 p.m. For some more fun and for the big decisions.
All right. So motion for adjournment for today. All right. We are adjourned. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Governor. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the welcoming reception will happen at 6 p.m. right here in the ballroom lobby. If you'll join us tomorrow, we welcome you back. We'll see you here at 9 a.m.